Watching UFC 311. Finally, some good fights. Last week wasn't too bad. Finally, some fights after a month break. Mackenzie Dern versus Rebos, but now we got some good ones tonight. I'm really looking forward to Marab versus Usman. No, what's his name? Umar. Marab versus Umar. Hoping Marab could pull this one out. Pretty good main card. I'm looking forward to Holland versus Red the Renner, or however you pronounce it. Jahalton Almeida. We got some good ones tonight. Very excited. Very excited. Can Marab pull off the upset? That's the question. Can Marab pull off the upset? It's not every day you see a champion, the underdog, but that's what we got tonight with Umar and Marab. Marab is a good dude, though. I gotta root for him. Gotta root for him. I feel like a lot of those guys are good dudes, the Serra-Longo team. We got Holland versus Renner, De Ritter, Jalton Almeida versus Spivak. Oh, that's the other one. Jamal Hill versus Jiri should be a good fight. Marab versus Umar, Islam versus Moicano. A lot of good fights tonight. Looking forward to a nice evening of combat sports. Finally, back-to-back weeks of fights after that month off, which was torturous. Grant Dawson versus Fajeda could actually be a pretty good fight, too. I know Grant Dawson's usually pretty suspect on the feet, but his grappling's pretty good, and Fajeda is old as fuck right now. I think he's 40 or 39, which is not a good age for 155. Who you guys got tonight on these fights? Yeah, Fajeda win over Michael Johnson. That Rambeski fight. He's got some good wins on his resume, and he's fought a lot of really good guys. But I think Gregor Gillespie is levels above Grant Dawson, but we saw Gregor maul Diego Fajeda with the grappling. Safe to say that's probably going to be Grant Dawson's game plan, because that's his game plan in every fight, is just get the fight to the ground, because his striking is very suspect. But Grant Dawson and Fajeda coming out commercials, but they should both be in the cage by the time they get back from this commercial. Who knows? Might be the last night of TikTok, so this could be my last stream here. But I'm always streaming fights on YouTube, so I'll keep up with that. YouTube must bribe or donate to the politicians, so they're not going anywhere. That's the biggest thing with TikTok, I feel, is you didn't hear much about it, is they don't donate to political causes or politicians. All the politicians that are going up against TikTok, they take money from Meta. They all use Meta money to finance their campaigns. That's why TikTok's going away. They didn't do a good job lobbying politicians and basically paying them off. And I don't know, can you even buy stock in TikTok? I'm not sure if they even offer stock yet at this point. But I know a lot of the politicians that are banning or trying to ban TikTok all own money and stock in Meta. Corruption at its finest. Who you guys got tonight? Can Marab pull off the upset against Umar Nurmagomedov? Can Moicano pull off the upset against Islam? I feel like that's such a long shot. But if there was a puncher's chance, it's definitely Renato Moicano. But the problem with Moicano, I don't think Moicano has that level of grappling off his back that he'll be able to do anything. Like Oliveira doesn't even showed in the fight versus Islam. He doesn't even have that level that can handle Islam. So more than likely, unless Islam slips on a banana peel, it'll be Islam. Oh man, I got people already. Bidding on some cards as well. Trying to catch some dubs. Oh man, people did that shit. Uh, what the fuck? Who you guys got in this Grant Dawson versus Fajeda fight? The OG, Frank Trigg. You know, Frank Trigg, one of the greatest championship fights. Him versus Matt Hughes. If you ever want a good scrap from the old days to go back and watch. Oh, man. Oh, man. Little feeling out process so far. Grant Dawson's looking to strike a little bit more than I thought he would. That's could be a recipe for disaster for him. Good low kicks so far by Dawson. But yeah, 2 minutes and no takedown attempts from him, which is surprising. Oh, there you go. This is his first one. And he'll get this. Nice double leg. Dawson takes Fajeda down. 3 minutes left in the first round. Looking to scramble to his back as Fajeda tries to stand up. So the stat earned a takedown in every UFC fight he's attempted. At least one, Grant Dawson. Yeah, I think the only one he didn't attempt a takedown attempt was Bobby Green, because Bobby Green knocked him the fuck out. And Fajeda's back up, but being controlled up against the cage by Grant Dawson. Dawson's trying to mat return him. Up, and Fajeda went for like a forward roll, which was a terrible idea because now Grant Dawson's all over him. Up, looks like he might scramble and come out on top though. Nope, Grant Dawson loses position. And he's in on a single leg. He's landed a nice little head kick and gets another takedown on Fajeda. So yes, Fajeda just had one hand on the mat and got kicked in the face. So the rule change is in effect, where you can't play the one hand down and consider yourself a grounded opponent. Landed a nice kick, little shin to the face. And Fajeda actually froze up once he got hit with that kick, and that's what made the takedown that much easier for Grant Dawson. Minute and 25 left. Minute 10. Grant Dawson's on top with one hook in, up against the cage. Trying to land some little ground and pound, nothing significant. But yeah, this is how I expected this fight to look. Even though Fajeda is pretty good with his jiu-jitsu, I feel like Grant Dawson's just bigger, faster, stronger. Fajeda's way to win this fight is probably on the feet. Trying to throw up a triangle, but that ain't going to work on Grant Dawson. You got to be a little sneakier than that. Close guard for Fajeda, 15 seconds left. Thank you for the likes. End of the first round. Definitely 1-0 Grant Dawson. I like the way that arena looks. The Intuit Dome or whatever they call it where the Clippers play. They got some lights that look fancy. Oh, you son of a bitch. Currently in a bidding war for an Allen Iverson rookie card. You know, this auction site I use, some bullshit, where when it gets under 5 minutes, if someone bids, it goes back to 5 minutes. So you could just be in a never-ending continuous cycle of 5 minutes. Let's see. Oh, man, now... Yeah, that's pretty dope. The halo that they have at the Intuit Dome, which is like one huge screen with a bunch of little mini screens in it. They don't show it that much. Ooh, Fajeda's landed some strikes on the feet. Grant Dawson shoots at a single leg. Fajeda's going for a switch, and he gets his takedown of his own. Grant Dawson's trying to roll through. They're in a little bit of a scramble right now, but Fajeda's on top, possibly looking for a knee bar. Grant Dawson scrambles out, goes for a guillotine. Now he's got a front headlock. Fajeda avoids it, and now Fajeda takes Grant Dawson's back as he tries to scramble up. But Grant Dawson's got him and shakes him off. Nice little scramble there. But yeah, Grant Dawson's striking is so awkward. He's getting teed off on, tuned up on the feet. Looks like a little cut by his right eye now. The thing with Fajeda, though, that I've seen, especially the last few fights, Fajeda gasses. I think he's 39 or 40. But yeah, it looks right about now. He looks like he's starting to suck. Heavy wind. Just got taken down again. Oh, come on. But Dawson on top, 3 minutes left. Who you guys got tonight? Second round of the Dawson Fajeda fight. So far, looking like it's Dawson's fight. Fajeda had moments, but he looks like he's gassing right now. Like every time I see Fajeda fight, it could be his last fight because he's old as fuck. Thank you for the follow. Even though we might not be here tomorrow. But I think TikTok's going to be saved. We'll see. The fans, the LA fans are booing right now. They're not enjoying Grant Dawson laying on top of Fajeda. I think they compared Sean Brady to Grant Dawson. I think Sean Brady's a lot better than Grant Dawson. But Grant Dawson on top of Fajeda right now, landing some ground and pound. 2 minutes left. Islam is the main event, so he'll probably be coming out at like 12:30, 1 o'clock. What's good, Khan? I am enjoying the fight so far. Even though it's Grant Dawson and Fajeda, it's not the good ones yet. Any fight's a good fight to me. Minute and 30 left. Grant Dawson about to lock up the second round. Unless Fajeda does something. But again, Fajeda gasses every fight I've seen him in. So I'm anticipating him to gas in this one. Minute left. Grant Dawson on top of Fajeda. Landing just short elbows, short little hammer fists. Nothing significant. Oh, 5 seconds left. Nobody bid. All right. Wait, what? Let me see. Yes, so I won a Kobe Bryant rookie card. Ten seconds left. About to be 2-0. Grant Dawson dominating with the grappling so far. Fajeda is the guy who slept Johnson, yes, but he caught Michael Johnson. I think Michael Johnson wins that fight most of the time. Michael Johnson has had a few of those fights where he looks good and he's winning. I remember he was beating Josh Emmett, if I'm not mistaken, and then got caught. He's had a few fights like that where he looks good right up until he doesn't look good and he gets caught. Zigs when he should have zagged. The gym legend, Michael Johnson. And then even if you look at Michael Johnson's got some big wins. Knocked out Poirier, decision Tony Ferguson. I think he broke Tony Ferguson's arm with a kick. He was the first one to give Khabib a little wobble. And then he's a tough out. Every fight, Michael Johnson's in it. I think Merab's going to win. I'm rooting for Merab. I don't know about Moicano, but good luck. I hope he pulls it off so you get that money. Definitely a tough fight for him. But he has nothing to lose. So he actually, because of what happened with Arman, he now has to win no fights to get a title shot. He was probably 2 fights away. He probably had to beat, what's his name? He probably had to beat Beneil and someone else before he was getting the title shot. And now just by luck, immediately to start round 3, Grant Dawson shoots a takedown. Fajeda sprawls on him. So right now, Fajeda's only got 1 minute right now before he's gassed. Grant Dawson in on a single leg. Kind of like throws Fajeda overhead while he tries to sprawl on him. And Fajeda trying to triangle Grant Dawson's body from like over his back. Grant Dawson's trying to push his knee down to get the position. So Grant Dawson's basically going to wind up on top in this scramble here. Tactical error by Fajeda. He needs to try to turn this into something. But there you go. It's just going to wind up Grant Dawson on top of Fajeda. And that might have been Fajeda's last hope there. Yeah, I don't think this was the game plan for Fajeda. Does anyone think Merab's going to pull off the upset tonight versus Umar? With Arman falling out, that's the big fight tonight, is Merab versus Umar. What's my thoughts on Arman pulling out? I felt like he was going to pull it out ahead. I don't think he looked shook at the press conference. I think he was, they said that his back started acting up Wednesday. So he was probably already feeling the effects of his back. And I was talking about this today. I used to be one of those people that was like, you're a pussy. Yo, your back hurts, you're a pussy, bro. Tough it out. Then I hurt my back. And now I understand what it is. Like, it shuts you off. It kind of fucks up your whole shit. Oh, they're swinging right now, Dawson and Fajeda. Grant Dawson shoots under Fajeda's combination, pushes him up against the cage. Yeah, that's not a good look right there for Grant Dawson. He looks sloppy on the feet, giving Fajeda a chance. I don't think Renato's going to win, but he could. Something else that I was having a conversation with today is if you look at the win streaks. So John Jones should have it. He never should have lost, but what did Anderson have? 16 or 15 in a row? Usman had, I think, 14 in a row, and what's his name's right there, Islam. So he's going to lose in the next couple of fights. It's just the statistical history of combat sports. He's more than likely going to catch that L soon. Maybe not, but, people didn't think Anderson was going to lose. I don't think people thought Usman was going to lose. But he's close. He's right there. Tonight could be the night, especially with Moicano, how Moicano fights. Moicano's pretty reckless. Could catch him on the feet. Islam, we've seen mess around on the feet with people. I think Jamal Hill's going to beat Jiri. I feel like Jiri has terrible defense. He's tough, but I think you can only take so many punches to the chin before your chin starts to deteriorate, and I think that might be where Jiri's at now. He's capable of beating Jamal Hill, because then we saw Jamal Hill's coming off a loss too. I think Jamal Hill's the better striker, a little bit cleaner striker. It's definitely going to come down to who has the better chin and who's more durable, because they're both going to hit each other. My ESPN is currently acting up. But I could see Jamal Hill, TKO, and Jerry. I feel like he has more ways to win the fight. Yeah, Jamal's good. I feel like, what's his name? Pajeda is just Pajeda. So Pajeda, losing to Pajeda doesn't mean you're not good. It just means you got caught by the guy right now. You know, Pajeda, just perfect storm. Caught him right on the chin. Damn. ESPN got me locked up right now. You know, I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I have this issue sometimes. Especially early fight night. I've never met Jamal, but I hear he's pretty big. He's definitely not small. I don't think he can make 185. I think he's a pretty good size 205er. I know Jerry's pretty big, and he looked similar to Jerry. But I always talk about, you know, a big thing with fighters is like aura and their confidence. I feel like if anyone's lacking right now, it's Jamal Hill. After the way he lost to Pajeda, and then he lost a lot of, I don't want to say respect, but just his aura or his clout, if you will, when he tried to confront Pajeda, and Pajeda threw him gloves, and he was like, "I'm not fighting you for free." It's like, bro, you just got in my face. Like, I'm telling you right now, we could do this. Like, this is every fight's must win, but this is absolutely must win for Jamal Hill. Especially, you heard how he was the most booed person at the press conference. Khabib has some aura. Khabib definitely has very significant aura. And then Uncle Chael, Tyrone Spong. I've never been around Connor, but I'd imagine Connor. But definitely Tyrone Spong is up there. Tyrone Spong has like if you know who he is, like the people, when you're in the room with him and you know who he is, everyone respects him. No one everyone's like, people were like that with Khabib too. I'd imagine, I think, what's his name? At first, he seemed kind of clownish. He seemed like a McGregor ripoff, but now that you see what he's done, I feel like Taporia definitely has some aura. Hasn't lost yet. Just beat arguably the two best featherweights of all time. Knocked them both out. Definitely Uncle Chael. Uncle Chael's up there. Tyrone Spong. Khabib. No. That Tony may no, not Tony. He didn't have the same aura or like, you know, take over the room as Tyrone or Khabib. Maybe for other people, but I was around the same size as him. I was trying to do rounds with him. I had friends that had success against him in training. I have never heard anybody who has had really success against Khabib in training. Tyrone Spong's like a gym legend. He's known for fucking people up in training. Floyd had some aura, but part of Floyd's aura is that he's just always surrounded by 20 people. But yeah, you could throw Floyd in there. But yes, ESPN was acting up on me there, but I'm assuming Grant Dawson won that fight by decision. If it's the last day of TikTok, why not show it? Because I don't think it is the last day of TikTok. Just because they passed the bill doesn't mean that TikTok's gone tomorrow. I've seen them say that they might go black for an afternoon because they didn't get the report or response back from Biden that they wanted. But Biden said, I'm not gonna bill them. Yeah, but Supreme Court said it was, but Biden said. So basically what's going to happen is if they disobey, they're going to get fines every day. Biden said he's not going to impose the fines, and he's going to leave it up to the next presidency, which comes in on Monday, which Trump said he's going to extend it, and he has the CEO of TikTok coming to his inauguration. So I don't give a fuck what the Supreme Court says. Don't care what Congress says. It's clear as day. You know, there's 170 million people that see it's about money. I was just talking about it at the beginning of this stream. It's because TikTok didn't bribe politicians with campaign donations, where Meta and other social media platforms, that's what they do. The jury's still out on Peyton Talbot. He looks good in his fight so far. Tonight's actually a big step up in Hani Barcelos, who's pretty good. But if he walks through Hani Barcelos, then he's legit. Not really. The president has to enforce whatever the decision is. If the Supreme Court is just not overturning what Congress said, it goes to the president. That's the final say on this, not the Supreme Court. And even the final say right now is Joe Biden, who came out and said, I'm not going to impose fines on them. So Joe Biden has already verbally said that he's going to defy the Supreme Court's ruling and not charge them any fines, and he's going to leave it up to the next administration, which comes in on Monday, who's already expressed interest in keeping it around, working with TikTok. Again, has the CEO coming to his inauguration, and he's going to give them more time to sell. This is a business. Think of how big of a business TikTok is. What's going to happen is a business conglomerate, whether it be like a think tank or a group of businessmen, or I saw Mr. Beast say that he was going to do it. I saw Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank say he was going to do it. There's going to be a businessman, Elon Musk or someone, who swoops in at the final hour or the final week of negotiations between TikTok and the government, and they're going to work with ByteDance, and they're going to cater to whatever the United States government's demands are, and they're going to make it work. TikTok's too big to go away. It's not like it's MySpace where it's already faded off and there's other platforms. Like, that's the biggest thing, that why Elon Musk has now come out and said, he's going to start changing his view and his stance on censorship, and he's bringing in Dana White, and he's trying to just change his whole outlook on social media and blah, blah, blah. It's because he's losing the fight to TikTok. More people are flocking to TikTok and using TikTok more hours a day, minutes a day, whatever, than are using Meta platforms, Instagram, Facebook. So I think TikTok's not going anywhere. I think people are making their final TikToks for comedic reasons more than anything. I think that TikTok, if not here tomorrow, will be here Monday, Tuesday. I could see a realm where by the end of the first week of Trump's presidency, there's some type of executive order that not only extends it, but gives it life. Yeah, I saw Kevin Holland on the Jackson podcast. So I've met Kevin Holland. He's a fucking doucher. I hope the Renner fucks him up tonight. So I've had amazing interactions with so many fighters. Almost every fighter I've met, I've had either a funny interaction or great interaction with everybody. So many guys are humble, down to earth, personable. Kevin Holland's a fucking douchebag. Other people might have different stories, but my interaction with Kevin Holland, he was a fucking douchebag. So I'm rooting for the Renner. I think the Renner's good, too. I mean, Kevin Holland's no slouch, but I don't think Kevin Holland I know he was in Bellator, but not for a long time. I don't even know if Kevin Holland would have been able to become champion of Bellator. I do not think he'd be able to become champion of 1FC. DeRinner was a double weight world champ at 1FC. Granted, you could say the talent level's different, but there's still some really good guys over there. And if I'm not mistaken, is he fighting Holland? This fight's at 185, so I think Holland's a 70-pounder. Him fighting at 85 is him not cutting much weight, so I think DeRinner's going to have size on him, because I know DeRinner was, if I'm not mistaken, 85 and 205 champion at 1FC. But I like DeRinner in that fight. I think a lot of people are taking too much stock in that first fight with GM3, where who's the only person I can think of off the top of my head who had an amazing first fight in the UFC is Michael Chandler. Other than that, usually guys, their first fight in the UFC, they kind of have UFC jitters. They're finding their footing. The cage is different. The atmosphere is different, so they don't fight up to their skill level. Yeah, he's a fucking tool, Jesse on Fire. I'm not a fan of that guy. He makes like he lies a lot, I feel, and he just makes shit up. He makes like what's the word I'm looking for? Almost like the Star, or like, you know, like the Star when you're in the supermarket and you see the crazy fucking stories, like the random shit. He's like that type of journalist, where he just pulls shit out of his ass and comes up with his own truths and his own speculation that's usually way off. Definitely someone you'd smack, or I could see a fighter having an issue with, or at some point him getting fucked up because he says the wrong shit. Definitely comes off as a doucher. But props to him. I've seen his channel does well. So somebody enjoys what the fuck he's saying. But he also might be like a shock jock where you just tune in just to see how fucking stupid he sounds or what stupid shit he's saying. But yeah, that guy's definitely a fucking idiot. The bowels of combat sports journalism is that guy, Jesse on Fire. Right up there with, in my opinion, Luke Thomas. I fucking hate Luke Thomas. Not a big Helwani fan. You know, I feel like a lot of those guys, they talk out of both sides of their mouth, and then they'll get around a fighter and be like, no, I didn't say anything like that. No. Or they'll stand on, so I'm not allowed to have an opinion, like one of those type of stances. It's like, bro, fighting's not the NBA. It's not soccer. You have to cover the sport differently, because the problem is you might get punched in the fucking face. You might get checked for some dumb shit you say. So, Elikana versus Guskov. Elikana just won a scramble and wound up on Guskov's back early on, but I have to think Guskov's going to survive here and scramble out of it. No. Does BJJ become more useless when it comes to high caliber fights? I think if you don't know jiu-jitsu, you're fucked. And a lot of times you'll see guys just have striking matches because grappling, wrestling is so tiring, but if you don't have jiu-jitsu, you're fucked. If you can't defend submissions, it'll show really quick that you don't have the ability to not get submitted. But you're not going to see any high-caliber fighters that don't have good jiu-jitsu. Give me one. You can't give me any. The guys who don't have jiu-jitsu usually can't make it to that upper echelon. There's nobody that I can think of in like the top 10, top 5 that don't have jiu-jitsu in any weight class. Maybe one or two guys if you can find them, outliers, but they're never going to be champions. Like every champion, even if they don't use jiu-jitsu, they're put them on the mat just doing jiu-jitsu, they're probably pretty fucking good. Like UFC 1 through 5 or whatever number it was showed us you need jiu-jitsu. If you don't have jiu-jitsu, you will be exposed. Then it showed kind of if you don't have wrestling, you'll be exposed. So you need to know how to grapple. Guskav's buying his time with Elikana on his back. Man, my shit is terrible tonight. Let me move this over here. Damn. I tried to go back a little bit and see if that would make it, but it's frozen at 2:14 of the first round. Right now it is Guskav versus Elikana. Is anyone else getting a lot of buffering from ESPN Plus? I'm getting a lot of buffering from ESPN Plus. Who do you guys got in Merab and Umar? I think that turned into the biggest fight tonight. Especially with all the underlying drama in that, like how those two really don't like each other. There's beef between Georgia and Russia. I feel like they look down on Merab a little bit. Like they think Marab's like you're Georgian, you're not like us. Like we're the badass Russians from Dagestan. I feel like he has a chip on his shoulder tonight, Merab. Where Umar's coming in, probably thinking that Merab doesn't have anything for him. I actually see that fight, hopefully at least, I see that fight as first two rounds are going to be Umar, 3, 4, and 5 are going to be Merab. Yeah, because like we were talking about aura, Khabib's got that aura. Merab knew what was up. Bro, ESPN Plus. It's fucking irritating me right now. And I think any part of that world they look up to or have the utmost respect for Khabib. I'm sure even Ilya has respect for Khabib, all those guys, because he was undefeated, he was a champion. He kind of put that region, elevated it a little bit. Not that he put him on the map, because I think there were people before them, but he definitely elevated them. But yeah, what fight are we at right now? Bogdan Guskov versus Billy Elikina. But yeah, my shit was frozen. Now my shit's black. And it was letting me rewind. Now it's not even letting me rewind. They're fucking Netflixing me right now. Straight Netflixing me right now. What is Lemon 8? Lemon 8 is the TikTok alternative. I don't think any of them are going down. And if they go down, they'll be down for a day. I think within the first week of his presidency, Trump has an executive order coming that overhauls or supersedes whatever the Supreme Court and Congress did. I feel like everyone thinks this is the end for TikTok, but I don't see that. All right, now I'm back off not being frozen. 2:30 left in the second round. Guskov on the feet, beating up Elikana. They're saying Elikana took this fight on short notice, so he's definitely at the point right now where his cardio's failing him. He's getting fucked up on the feet, getting hit with some body shots. I mean, he's gassed. He's like on his knees right now. The referee's definitely keeping a close eye on it. But yeah, I don't think TikTok's going anywhere. I think a lot of it is news channels having nothing in the news cycle, so they got to cover some bullshit. How crazy is it, too, that Guskov just won by guillotine? That this is what our tax dollars are going towards, is the government spending hours a day to have congressional hearings about fucking TikTok. And then the craziest thing is like all those memes that you'll see of them talking to the guy who owns TikTok and being like, "You're from China." "No, I'm from Singapore." "Well, you seem like you deal with people from China." "I don't." You have to. You have to. You're telling me you don't work for the CCP? "I'm Singaporean." "Oh, no. Like they weren't even fucking listening to the guy. It makes us look like a fucking joke to the rest of the world when you actually watch it with like a clear head or an unbiased point of view. And the unbiased is that I don't own fucking Meta stock or I don't get paid by fucking Meta. Meta doesn't give me millions of dollars and lobby me. But yeah, wild times. But I'm one of the people that don't think TikTok's going anywhere. I don't think Lemonade's going anywhere. TikTok's worth too much money. And they make too much money in the United States that I think they want to stay here. I think they'll figure it out as long as it's a fair-ish deal. I think they'll get their money. They'll get their deal that they want or their word from the government. You know, and then a president could do a lot with executive orders. So maybe they didn't have to bribe politicians and donate money to politicians. They just needed to wait for Trump to get in office, get the right guy, get his ear. And now they could figure the whole situation out. You know, it's not like they were going to talk to Biden. He's a corpse, a bumbling fucking idiot. He wasn't going to help him. And then you see what a joke a lot of the congressmen are, that they all illegally trade stock. They all have, most of them, especially the ones that you saw voted against TikTok, they all have stock in Meta. They all took campaign donations from Meta. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But yeah, I kept telling everybody tomorrow at midnight at 12:01, I identify, whenever I use TikTok, I identify as a Singaporean. So the United States government holds no bearing over me. I am Singaporean. Just when I use TikTok. Yes, I agree. It's all bullshit. So Guskov with the submission victory. What do we have next? Zach Reese versus Asmat Bikayev. Then the Peyton Talbot. They gave Peyton Talbot versus Hani Barcelos the main prelim spot. That fight's definitely going to let you know how good Peyton Talbot is, because Hani Barcelos is no slouch. Guskov won that fight by submission guillotine choke. I don't think TikTok is canceled. How are you today, Ariel? Peyton is going to have a real challenge. I mean, I think he fucks Hani Barcelos up, because I do think Peyton's good, and I think Hani Barcelos is like a hit or miss guy. Like, he can get caught by people on the feet. And Peyton's got that swag. He's 9-0. He hasn't lost yet, so he doesn't know what it's like to get fucked up yet. What does sober mean? No. The Peyton fight is probably 8:30 or 9:30. Next up is Zach Reese versus Asmat Bikayev. Then the Peyton fight. Is anyone in this chat from California? Are the fires still burning? I see them saying on the news that they're still burning, but I don't listen to shit that the news says. They're fucking liars. Oh, they're giving us a nice intermission to talk about the California fires right now. Let me see. Thank you for the like, Grady. Who do you got tonight? Marab or Umar? And I guess I've seen a lot of people too are a little torn on the. Oh, you're from Orange County? No, they're not burning, so they're just lying to us with that bullshit too. Or at least they're not burning in Orange County. They might be burning somewhere, we'll say. But yeah, so what's the news right now on the ground in California? Because everywhere else in the country, every news channel is telling me how the fires are still burning. They're out of control. Last week it was LA is gonna burn, and LA's done. They tried to make it like the Hollywood sign wasn't gonna be no more. Was gonna be no more because that was gonna go up in flames. You know, it's all bullshit. It's all lies and propaganda, just for clicks or views or just bullshit. That's what we get. That's what this TikTok ban is. Just bullshit. Lies and propaganda. They make more money and get more views by instilling fear in people rather than just being positive. I drove down to LA 2 days ago and didn't see shit. It looks fine. It's all bullshit just to scare us. So Zachary Reese versus Azamat Bikaev is the next fight. They're showing replays of the fire, yeah. I feel like they're just showing old shit. And you can't. The news is so fucking terrible. All of our news channels, especially in America, are so terrible. They are basically puppets of the government, and they're just there to mislead us and keep us in fear and keep us like, oh no, we need the government. We need more government. We need government in our life. Get me more government. The next fight is Zach Reese versus Azamat Bikaev. 8-1 versus 18-3. Then Peyton Talbot versus Hani Barcelos. Then the main card of the pay-per-view. Yeah, crazy times that the news has such a stronghold on so many people. I hope, I was just talking to my barber about this. I hope that we're at that point now. How does America change for the better? Where I don't want to say toxic masculinity, but like common sense as well as masculinity and all of that starts turning the curve and coming back a little bit and people using their brain. I got one thing I saw about California that had me fucking mind boggled is the 3 highest ranking fire chiefs, and I think LA, maybe even Orange County or whatever, the 3 highest ranking fire chiefs in California were 3 women, 3 lesbian women, 1 black lesbian and 2 other lesbian women that have between them like 20 years of experience. When there's guys that have 25 years of experience that are legit fucking hard-nosed fire chiefs that have seen everything, that would have been like, we need the brush clear, we need fucking this done, we need this done. I don't mind Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's fought, and I feel like he got more a tougher rap than he should have. David Goggins, I don't mind David Goggins, but I actually sided with Sean Strickland when he had a beef with David Goggins, because it's like, bro, like what? Even when I saw David Goggins in Tony Ferguson's corner, it's like, bro, you don't know what this is really like. Like he always says, like, oh, be hard, and you're running on a fucking road, bro. But I know he was in the military, I believe, and I don't mind him. But again, I just think people talk weird about fighting sometimes when they don't truly understand it and how fucking... Like, I could... Basketball and baseball and all those things, sure, they're, like, endearing and it's, like, different, but it's just fighting so personal and, like, internal and mental and just... It's fucked up the way some people commentate on fighting sometimes. David Goggins being one of them. But I don't mind David Goggins. I'm all for motivational speakers and people being positive. You know, Andrew Tate, I could see the misogyny and shit like that, but what did he say that was really so bad? If he was sex trafficking women, of course that's terrible, but then they had no proof on him. He ran 200 miles. Yes, exactly. He's mentally tough, you know what I mean? But he tried to, I don't know how to word it. He tried to speak too candidly about fighting. When it's like, bro, you can be tough all you want when you get punched in the fucking chin. It's not the same as I have blisters on my feet, but I'm going to keep running. Kamzat or Moicano. Who the fuck is that? You talking about Islam or Moicano? I'm going with Islam. I wouldn't mind seeing Moicano highlight reel him just because I like upsets like that, but it would definitely be one of the bigger upsets that we've ever seen, especially on a day's notice. But we've seen stranger things. We saw Matt Serra knock out GSP. What are you calling Kamzat? Kamzat and Islam are two totally different people. Kamzat would fuck Moicano up if that's what we're talking about. But Islam, I think Islam beats Moicano. Moicano definitely has a puncher's chance. It's going to come down to how long Islam wants to stand with him, and then can Moicano survive on the ground. I've never heard him say he likes 16-year-old girls, but that's fucked up if he did say it. 16 is the age of consent in most states in America as well. How am I on some goofy shit, brah? Because you came in and wrote who you got, Kamzat or Moicano. Kamzat's not fighting tonight, and Moicano, puncher's chance. It's fucked up if he said that. I've never heard him say that, but yeah, that's some shit. You know, I'm not going to be like, I'm the biggest Andrew Tate, I'm the biggest David Goggins fans. I enjoy some of the things I've seen of them. There's a space for both. You know, Andrew Tate was a legit kickboxer. He just wasn't glory level kickboxing. He wasn't a world champion on that level, but he was a local, regional world champion. Jocko, same ballpark. You know, I like motivational speakers. I like people who speak about being strong and blah, blah, blah. But Jocko at least trains. So he has a little bit more of a grasp on it. Like I would think Andrew Tate does. That's my only beef with David Goggins. Is David Goggins never really did combat sports. And he talks about it like, you know, like, just get up. Like, just get up. He has like that type of mentality. Like, you're getting held down. Just get up. It's like, oh, there's technique to it. It's not as easy as just saying the words. But absolutely mentally tough for running and shit like that and not quitting, because a lot of that shit's fucking mental. I've seen a lot of, I think even when you're like 18, 19, 20, you don't get tired, you know, like fatigue is a mentality. And then even when you're older and you like train and like you run, you swim, anything, you know, you can push through shit. It's all like mental toughness. So yeah, I always like guys that preach that type of shit. But it's not easy. I'm sure you guys, everyone out there knows it. You know, every day is a mental struggle for everyone in the world. So if you listen to people like Andrew Tate, you listen to people like David Goggins, you listen to people like Jocko, and they say some shit that resonates with you, that's great. I don't need to then go, I support everything. I support the 16-year-old girl comment. I support, you know, everything they said. But I can agree with some of their statements, absolutely. I used to think he was a tool, Matt Serra, but then when I met him and talking to him, and I've interviewed him, and you know, I've met him in person, I have mutual friends with him. He's a very cool guy. I could see how you get that though, because that's like a Long Island thing or Jersey thing. You usually don't rub people the right way, and everyone thinks we're assholes, like New Yorkers, New Jersey. People usually think we have like an attitude or we're dicks, whatever. But I could see where you get that with Matt Serra. But nah, Matt Serra's pretty cool. Yeah, he's pretty cool. He could come off the wrong way, but then as you talk to him and you get past that a little bit, he's not bad, Matt Serra. No, I used to be the complete Matt Serra hater until I actually got to know him and talk to him. And then I was like, all right, this guy's actually pretty cool. And then you hear how his students speak of him and how people who actually know him speak of him. So I actually came from, on Long Island, there's two groups of people, basically. There's the not Matt Serra group and the Matt Serra group. I was from the not Matt Serra group, like a lot of the people that didn't train at Serra's coming up. But then as you get older and you got to know him a little bit, you're like, this guy's not that bad. He's definitely not for everyone, but I mean, I could almost say he grew on me, if you will. But no, definitely not biased. I used to be a hater. I used to be a blind hater, like hating him without even really knowing him. And then as I did get to know him, like I've had an interaction with him where I rubbed him the wrong way. He went up to one of our mutual friends or someone we know and was like, "Yo, what's up with your boy?" Like he was fucking he thought I was pushy with him. But I was like, that guy's a fucking dick. And then after talking to him on the Jackson podcast, he was a little bit, I saw the moments that you're probably talking about. He's a little out there. He's definitely loud. But nah, I can't say anything bad about Matt Serra no more. As I've talked to him, interviewed him, gotten to hear what people say about him, he seems like a good dude. Could see, though, what you're talking about, how he would rub somebody the wrong way, or, you know, he's like as Long Island as it gets, or as New York as it gets. So I could see how he could rub some people a little bit weird. But yeah, he grew on me. But he's definitely not everyone's cup of tea. I could see that. But hindsight, I always like say to myself sometimes, like, man, I wish I was just raised a little differently. I would have absolutely loved to have trained with that group more and come up a little bit more in that scene. Because their gym, so most of the gyms are like individuals. There's like some brotherhood, blah, blah, blah. But Serra-Longo, they're like family. They like you see even Aljo and Marab live like across the street from each other now. Iaquinta is very close with everybody. Weidman, even though Weidman now moved, they're like brothers, all those guys. And there's not like little shit that's going to fuck up their relationships. Where my gym and most other gyms, it's like a lot of ego, a lot of bullshit. He's probably, to me, the way you see Matt Serra. Sometimes I'm like, this guy's all right. Sometimes I'm like, this guy's fucking annoying. I think he's funny, though. He grew on me watching that show because I watched a bunch of those episodes because I love Rampage. I do like Rampage a lot. I think he's pretty funny. Reese versus Bedikoff started. Little failed armbar here for Reese. Bedikoff got a takedown. But Bear Delgado, I like the way he fucks with Rampage. And says how Rampage is on Ozempic and shit. I do like that. Because I've been that sidekick, if you will, that always had to like check the bigger guy in the room who has an ego and whatnot. So I like that Bear does that. And they're not a bad show. Good interviews. Bear, so Rampage is there for comic relief a little bit with some insight. Bear usually comes pretty good with his questioning. Reese on bottom right now. Bekov on top. 3 minutes left. Landing some ground and pound. You know, a lot of these undercard fights are a little bit weaker. I'll definitely pay attention to the Peyton Talbot fight in the main card. But yeah, I don't mind Bear. Yeah, but that's funny. Bear be telling Rampage business, saying he eats a lot of blue chews and rhino pills. Rampage is definitely wild. I don't know if you've been on the channel before, but I told a story about Rampage. Luckily my girl was loyal, but Rampage tried to steal my girl one time at a Bellator. The night he fought, I think it was Joey Beltran. He was having an after party, and as he was walking out, like hitting fans, he saw my girl and was like, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And then after the fight, we were in the hallway because a guy I knew and used to train with, Marcos Galval, was on the card as well. So we were all hanging out, and Rampage came up and was like, what's up with you, shorty? Like, literally started hitting on my girl. And she's like, this is my boyfriend. And he was like, well, you can come to my after party, and I guess you could bring him, but you got to come bring your fine ass. And I was just sitting there, and I said to my girl, I was like, if you want to go hang out with the black dude, go get fucking railed out by some big fucking black guy. Go ahead. I'm not gonna say no to you, but no will be done. You know, this is your choice right now. So Bedikoff just TKO'd Reese on the ground. Some good ground and pound, knocked him out flatlined him. But yeah, Rampage tried to steal my girl one time. Luckily, she was loyal. Because if she wasn't loyal, what the fuck was I gonna do? I could have fought Rampage, but Rampage was fucking huge. He had like 30 pounds on me, and he was fucking Rampage. He would have slammed me on my fucking head. If not, just fucking dropped me with a two-piece real quick. This was like heavyweight Rampage. But then I've talked to him other times in passing after this, and he's a funny dude. He's personable, cracks jokes. I got no beef for Rampage. But that's also what has me watch his show, or at least whenever I see a good episode. I don't watch it religiously, but when he has a good guest, I'll always watch it because I feel like they usually have guys for a long time, a couple hours, an hour, 2 hours, and they usually get to some good questions. Some shit that you want to hear. But yeah, Rampage is definitely wild. Oh, and then that's the other part of it. It was in Atlantic City. So his after party was at like a shady, shitty strip club, like the dirtiest strip club in Atlantic City. That's where his after party was. So it was like, we could go, we might get fucking mugged, and you might get ran trained by Rampage and a bunch of fucking guys. I feel like Rampage has tried to get with every hot girl he sees. Shooters shoot. Rampage is definitely a shooter. Shooters gotta shoot. He probably has, and that's the one thing I like about the show, is Rampage has a lot of stories. So he's probably got so many funny stories. Like I had one story that I was told by Phil Baroni, where Phil told me that anytime him and Rampage would hang out in Japan, they would just run through hookers. And then he kind of insinuated that Rampage wound up like marrying a hooker or taking a hooker back with him to America. I know he married a Japanese girl, so I don't know if that was the girl, but yeah, I've always heard Rampage's wild stories. So Peyton Talbot will be the next fight. They'll probably go into 15 minutes talking about the LA wildfires or talking about Islam versus Moicano. But yeah, that's so crazy to me, this Intuit Dome, how there's so many lights, how the arena gets illuminated by the seats or like the lights under the seats or some shit. But yeah, Rampage is wild. I always wanted to try to set up an interview with Rampage, but we never got around to it. So Asmat Bakoyev with was that second round or first round? First round knockout. Rampage is out there in Orange County, if I'm not mistaken. What is it? Bkov is asking for a fight at the UFC's upcoming event in Miami. Bakoyev. They're giving King Mo his flowers. King Mo's an OG. Got a lot of unheralded OG. What is Largos? A bar? A club? But yeah, that's a nice place out there, like Costa Mesa area. I've been out there a time or two. Really nice. Definitely would go again, even though I know the homeless people are all over the place. And apparently it's all on fire. Oh yeah, amazing Mexican food. That's some of the best Mexican food I had was when I was in California. And I know they have a very a dense Asian population. They had a lot of good like what is it called again? I can't think of it. The bowls. It's not. Is it something with an F? Or is it something with an F? I forget. The bowls that you get. They have like good Chinese, Japanese restaurants out there. Good Asian food as well. But yeah, really good Mexican food. Pokey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of good Mexican and Asian food in California. Other than the politics, I love California. I have friends out there. I've always thought it was a great place. TikTok is not getting banned. Donald Trump will have that shit wrapped up by probably Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. Executive order. TikTok's good. Who does everyone in the chat have tonight? Marab or Umar? That's the real main event. Yes, they have a lot of communities, a lot of Asian people out there. Nice weather, though. That's what it is. I remember it being clean. I don't know how it is now, but very nice place, that area of California. I'm sure it gets shittier, 1 mile this way, 1 mile that way. But Costa Mesa, where I was, like Orange County, over there, it was really nice. Huntington Beach. Oh, I fucking hate the cold. Yeah, the cold's terrible. We're about to get a snowstorm where I live. We're about to get anywhere from 8 to 12 inches. And it's going to be, for a few days, it's going to be like 8 degrees, 9 degrees, 12 degrees. Bullshit. But yeah, I do got to make it back out to California one of these days soon. And hopefully by the end of this calendar year, I'll be back south, most likely, in warmer weather. Because, yeah, this cold is for the birds. It's terrible. One thing I saw, I know a lot of people were posting about it, is that scar on Marab's leg. So I hope he got a good amount of training and his cardio's up to par. Because I did see he had like some nasty scarage, something going on with his, I believe his right leg. A lot of people were speculating he had staph. Snow is so fucking annoying. If I'm looking through a window and I see like snow or it's on, I don't mind it. But maybe if you're going snowboarding or something. But even then, it's fucking terrible. Who wants to be cold? Like, I'll go to the gym sometimes and I'll see people doing the cold plunge. It's like, what the fuck you doing? Go sit in the hot tub or go in the sauna. Why are you going to sit in the cold water? And the health benefits of an ice bath, it's like the jury's still out on that. They say it recharges your muscles or helps with recovery or helps with your blood flow, but then there's also studies that say the opposite, that it does nothing for you. I used to take ice baths and shit back in the day when I used to train. It was fucking terrible. Worst fucking thing. What are you saying affects the energy? Cesar Garcia, Peyton Talbot, versus Hani Barcelos is coming up. Probably like 5 minutes. The last two fights, I believe, ended early, so they've been going on video segments about the LA wildfires. Right now, they're doing a little segment on Merab. Merab's got a 10-fight win streak. He's got 72 takedowns, the most takedowns in bantamweight history, an hour and 14 minutes of control time. And he's 1 out of 4 fighters with 10 takedowns in a fight. Colby, Kane, and Usman are the other 3. Yeah, cold makes me sad too. There's a like seasonal depression, they call it, when people have to live in the cold. Or everyone probably experiences some type of seasonal depression, but definitely more when you live in the cold, like the Northeast or the North. Nobody's fighting right now. They're doing Merab promos, but next up is Peyton Talbot versus Hani Barcelos. They're showing Merab taking people down. That's the question mark tonight, is who's going to win the grappling exchanges. I lean towards Umar early, and then I think Merab should take over. You know, Merab has a third and fourth lung. I've heard that about him in training. I've seen that of him in his fights. Seems like he never gets tired. Has one of the best gas tanks, some of the best cardio I've seen in combat sports, especially considering how much takedowns he shoots, because that's exhausting to shoot takedowns over and over again, and he literally spams them out. Merab also take EPO. You never know. I was having that conversation today, how people think a lot of the Russians and people from that part of the world are always on something, and then they always go back to was it Nate Diaz or Nick Diaz? I forget which one said, Nate, everybody's on steroids. I think they're all on something, and they're all on, if it's not on the ban list yet, it could be on the ban list, or it's another spin-off of something that's on the ban list, but yeah, they're all taking something. So even like the clean ones, they're clean because kind of what they take isn't banned yet. Or what they're taking is how you skate around what's banned. But yeah, so Hani Barcelos versus Peyton Talbot up next. Oh, wow. This Commanders Detroit Lions game is pretty high scoring. I need an Amar St. Brown touchdown. That's what I need. Man, now they're going on to the little Peyton Talbot highlight reel. I mean, how many times have we heard that where people pop for something and it's like, I didn't know I was on anything, you know? I've heard a lot of MMA managers and nutritionists and things like that. They look at the ban list and they find something that replicates what's on the ban list, but it's not banned yet. And that's usually what it is. And then, you know, I'm not going to throw stones, but I look at all those Russians. Everyone failed except for Khabib. They all failed for something or had fishy test results, fishy levels, shit like that. So, yeah, you never know. You want to think the best, but more than likely they're all taking some form of PED. Yeah, St. Brown's really good. I need a St. Brown touchdown right now. That's what I could use. The Lions are actually losing to the Commanders, which is crazy. 24-21. 3:40 left in the second quarter. I figured that was going to be a high-scoring game. You know, most football games, especially in the playoffs, hit or miss. They more than likely wind up being low-scoring because both the defenses step up, but like that, what was the game before? The Chiefs and the Texans was like a field goal contest until the teams finally started scoring. So Peyton Talbot and what's his name? And Hani Barcelos are making the walk right now. They threw us to a commercial break. Talbot's on next. Man, everybody's asking about Talbot. Everybody must be really high on Peyton Talbot. I'm watching it on ESPN Plus. This is his big test. He's definitely a good prospect. This is his a big test for him. If he wins this fight, I think he shoots up. Like his next fight could easily be a name, a contender. Yeah, it definitely has a lot of potential. If I'm not mistaken, is he from O'Malley's camp? Is he from the MMA lab, Peyton Talbot? No, the Reno Academy of Combat. But yeah, if you look at his past fights, Hani Barcelos is a big step up. But that's the thing with this dude. He should beat the shit out of him. I know he has, I believe he's undefeated as an amateur and undefeated as a pro. So never tasted defeat, Peyton Talbot. I mean, he should. I feel like they gave him this fight to showcase, but this is a big step up for him. As far as like name and what they've done in the UFC. You know, like his last, what did he have? Nick Aguirre 7-1, Cameron Simon 9-1, Giannis Germoni 12-2, Barcelos is 18-5. And I feel like Barcelos has a lot more UFC experience than all those guys combined. 7-4. But what did Barcelos? I forget. What was Barcelos' big win? Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got a couple of big wins. Solid wins. He's coming off a win over Christian Quiones. Thank you for the likes. Who has a degree in psychology? Peyton Talbot? He's young, too. He's 26. I mean, I wouldn't say bet your house, but yeah, I think Merab's a live underdog. Fighting's very unpredictable, but how I see that fight going is I think Umar's going to come out early in the fight, and then once he slows down, I think Merab takes the fight over. I'm interested to see how the striking plays out, though, because I think Umar is a little bit more sound technically. But if he plants his feet and tries to throw, Merab could easily get him down. But I have seen a lot of people that think that it's going to be a lot more people are picking. People are rooting for Merab, but a lot more people are picking Umar, and they think Umar is going to make it look easy. I don't see that realm, but you never know. But I do like Merab as a live underdog. Merab's solid. And that cardio, he has that iron lung. Arguably the best cardio in combat sports were definitely up there. MMA is very unpredictable. We saw what was the one, and especially with the odds makers, like what was the one fight tonight? The guy Nakamura was like a minus 675 favorite, and he got 30-27. He had like one moment, 1 or 2 minutes of moments in the third round. That was it. Rinya Nakamura was 9-0 coming into the fight, and he got 30-27. Even Eileen Perez was an underdog against Kyle Rosa. She won. Very unpredictable. So Peyton Talbot and Barcelos are in the cage now. That's what makes the sport so great, though, is how unpredictable it can be. So even like tonight, we might see Islam get upset by Moicano. Moicano's a live dog, too. You know, he bites down on his mouthpiece. He has puncher power. Anytime I hear of Honey Barcelos, I had a conversation, interviewed Pedro Munoz one time, and he was supposed to fight Honey Barcelos, and Honey Barcelos pulled out of the fight with an injury, and we were like, oh, what was the injury he had? He was like, he had a problem with his pussy. He is a pussy. He has a pussy. That's why he pulled out of the fight. He had an injury. It was his pussy. But that was Pedro Munoz's reason why Honey Barcelos pulled out of the fight, because he was a pussy. Round one, about to start. They're doing the camera pan of the ring card girls. Round one started. Did anybody see too the Ronnie Barcelos catches a kick. He's in on a single leg. He pushed Talbot up against the cage. Did you see Talbot and Merab when they crossed paths in the hallway, and Merab fucking started crashing out and was like, don't fucking call me dumb. Don't talk shit about me, bro. Honey Barcelos in on a takedown, but Peyton Talbot's got a guillotine. And he gets taken down. So Ronnie Barcelos gets a takedown. He's got Peyton Talbot up against the cage on the ground. He's holding on to that single leg so that way he can't scramble up. And now he settles down into side control. Talbot gets half guard, trying to use a Kimura to stand up, and he does. So Ronnie Barcelos has a body lock up against the cage right now. So he's getting tested so far. Honey Barcelos, though, too. I feel like cardio. Honey Barcelos just jumped on Peyton Talbot's back, trying to take his back. Honey Barcelos, too, I feel like I've seen him have cardio issues. He just mat returned Talbot. So Honey Barcelos is on top in like wrestler's position. Talbot just popped back up. Another mat return for Barcelos. Now he just threw a hook in. He's trying to get a body triangle. Some good defense so far from Talbot, but he's definitely on the defensive so far. 3 minutes left. First round. Barcelos is under the neck. And my shit just froze. All right, so no, he's still alive. But he's got Barcelos on his back right now. Just landed a nice elbow. He's definitely being tested so far. 2:25 left. Crowd chanting USA, rooting for Talbot. He's got him flattened out, but no, he's on the chin. Barcelos is dominating the grappling so far. He just keeps going back and forth between mount and back mount. He's currently got mount. Thank you for the follow. Oh, come on, ESPN. They're rainbow wheeling me. Minute and 20. Barcelos going for a head and arm choke. And he gives up on it, but he's on top in half guard. Very dominant first round for Hani Barcelos. They just threw up a stat. 1 submission attempt, 3 takedowns, 3 minutes of control time. 45 seconds left. But, like I was just saying, Barcelos, I've seen him gas a time or two. So how's his cardio going to be for this one? Talbot might still be young enough to where he doesn't even know what fatigue is. Just stepped over into mount. 25 seconds left. Barcelos lands a couple of punches. Nice little elbow. Talbot gives up his back, trying to stand up to end the round. So the first round ends with Hani Barcelos on his back. We'll see if he could change it up for round 2. Yeah. Barcelos dominating with the grappling. Not a 10-8, but an inexperienced judge might give that a 10-8 because he was on the ground for 4 minutes getting controlled, but not a lot of damage. Bro, I'm about to cancel my fucking ESPN Plus. I don't remember ever a night where ESPN Plus was fucking up like this. But definitely 1-0. Hani Barcelos. Very dominant first round for Hani Barcelos. Bro, I'm about to go fucking Karen on ESPN. Round 2. Ooh, nice little right hand landed for Talbot. 30 seconds in. Little low kick landed for Hani Barcelos. Up. Another takedown for Barcelos. Ragdolled him. 4 minutes left. And Barcelos is on top of Talbot in half guard. Dean Thomas is a good commentator. He's definitely one of the smarter people that you'll ever come across in combat sports. Knows a lot about fighting. Unheralded. Like, he should get more respect than he does. What is this one? What is this one? But dominating on the ground so far. Talbot got back to his feet. He's peppering out a jab. Just landed a nice little right hand. And Barcelos shoots another takedown and ragdolls him to the ground. Talbot has nothing for the body locks of Hani Barcelos right now. .230 left. Talbot's had a little bit of success on the feet this round, but Hani Barcelos with these takedowns. Just stepped over into mount. Wow, this is pissing me off. ESPN's got me on a rainbow wheel. All right. Talbot's back on his feet, peppering out a jab. Minute 30 left. Just missed with a huge uppercut. Ooh, he just got hit with a right hand by Barcelos. You can see Talbot's very weary of the takedown right now. He's not trying to get close to Barcelos. Ooh, good right hand, left hook for Barcelos. Talbot just keeps peppering out a jab, though. He took it well. Just missed with an uppercut. Talbot's getting closer and closer, and it looks like Barcelos is starting to suck wind. Good body kick by Talbot. Straight left hand. Barcelos shoots another single leg, and Talbot looks like he's defending this one. Nope. Gets ragdolled to the ground. Ran the pipe. Ripped him right to the mat. 30 seconds left. Talbot's trying to give up his back to stand up. So Hani Barcelos might be up 2-0 on Talbot. So I said before that he's definitely going to be a test for Talbot, and someone in my chat said that he disagreed with me that Talbot was going to dominate. So far, Hani Barcelos has been a real test for him. Hani Barcelos is a guy on any given night. He could look like a world-class 135er. But 2-0 Hani Barcelos right now. Bro, the Commanders are beating the Lions. So are the Commanders going to be the team that in back-to-back weeks send home the Vikings and the Lions? That's crazy. But Talbot's struggling right now. He cannot deal with the wrestling of Hani Barcelos. He had a moment where it looked like he was defending a single leg, and then Talbot just ripped him, or Barcelos just ripped him to the ground. What time we got? 9:51. So round 3. Bro, you swen? I don't know what that means. What do you mean, bro, you swen? Oh, good uppercut lands for Talbot to start round 3. Barcelos looks exhausted. Shoots a double leg. Talbot goes for a lat drop and gets it. So he's now on top of Barcelos in Barcelos' butterfly guard. So he defended a takedown there with a takedown of his own. But he needs to do some work right now. If he wins this round, he loses 2-1. Barcelos closes his guard. Talbot on top. 4 minutes left. He's moving Barcelos closer to the cage. Thank you for the rose. Couple ground and pound strikes from Talbot. A couple of good little left hands. Oh, Hani Barcelos going for an omoplata. Talbot standing up out of it. Hani Barcelos is getting in trouble for grabbing the cage. Get out of here, Herb Dean, you dickhead. That fence grab had absolutely no advance on what was going on there. So Talbot got the choice to get up or go back down. He chose to go down. Ooh, flying knee from Talbot, and he gets taken down. Goes for a little Granby roll. Barcelos stays with him. Barcelos falls off of the back, trying to take the back. He's exhausted, and Talbot's landing some shots now. 2:45 left. Talbot's definitely the fresher of the two. So this is a big moment for Talbot right here. He could definitely steal this fight right now. Barcelos looks dead tired. A lot of wrestling in those first 2 rounds. And they're fucking rainbow wheeling me. This is definitely going to be one of those ones. Oh, thank God. I was saying this is going to be one of those ones where right when I get it to fucking load back up, the fight's over. Oh, another takedown for Barcelos. 2 minutes left. Peyton Talbot's got to get back to his feet. Try to do something here. Talbot trying to stand up. Barcelos throws a hook in. He's in half guard right now. 1:20 left. Trying to step over into mount. Has like a 3/4 mount right now. Lands a good elbow. Damn. Not looking good for Peyton Talbot. Not looking good for Peyton Talbot right now. He's trying to stand up, and as he stands up, he gets hit with a little right hand by Hani Barcelos. 40 seconds left. Oh man, they're definitely gonna fuck up my night with this. They are fucking up my vibe with this. Well, 40 seconds left, and they're freezing me. I keep trying to backpedal. But looking like a 30-27. Dominant performance so far. Oh my god, ESPN. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. I've never had ESPN fucking freeze like this before. Maybe once or twice. This is like fucking 10 times during this one fight. This is madness. So 30-27 for Hani Barcelos. Oh, that sucks. Bro, anybody who bet Hani Barcelos made out tonight. Because he just fucking embarrassed. What's his name? Crazy. Let me see this real quick.
In the UFC after back-to-back wins as he upends the phenom King Talbot from the ranks of the UFC. Star power in this arena is observed tonight. There's the four-time BJJ World Champ, Makhachev, also recent world title shot.
Damn. That shit was crazy. Dominant performance by Hani Barcelos. Did anybody see that coming? This guy did. Bro, I was saying it. He's no slouch, Honey Barcelos. He's fucking good. Definitely not a guy you could sleep on. Definitely a guy who's capable of, I don't want to say fraud checking, but testing a young prospect. The worst would be if anyone bet or sprinkled Peyton Talbot in their parlay and then fucking lost like that. That shit would be terrible. Man, no, this fucking ESPN. Yes, main card's about to start. Peyton Talbot just got upset. So 311 main card's about to start. So much lag, right? It's fucking crazy. Talbot could definitely improve. Got to improve grappling. I already know. This fucking card is so laggy. It must be because they're in fucking LA. Laggy piece of shit, ESPN Plus. Fucking dickheads. Someone should lose their fucking job over how laggy and shitty those fucking prelims were. The main card better not fucking be like that. That shit was dog shit. That was one of the most dog shit fucking prelims as far as quality I've had in recent memory. But main card, trying to get this fucking thing to open. Yeah, this main card is pretty stacked. Any one of these fights could be definitely like a fight night main event. These undercard fights, definitely all worthy of a pay-per-view spot. Bro, they will not stop fucking rainbow wheeling me. Giving me server error. And then it starts working just for John Anik to freeze. Why are you playing these games with me, ESPN? This shit's fucking crazy. Who you guys got tonight on this main card? We got DeRinner versus Kevin Holland. Jay Halton Almeida. Who the fuck is Almeida even fighting again? Oh, Sergey Spivak. Then the three big fights. Jerry Prohodnikov versus Jamal Hill. Marab versus Umar. And the main event, Makhachev versus Moicano. For me, the main event tonight is Marab versus Umar. Oh, Dean Thomas is the fucking man. He's one of the cooler people in combat sports as well. Always cracking jokes, can give it, can take it, and is very knowledgeable about fighting. Like, he was the guy behind the guy for a lot of those American Top Team fighters that were having success before he left American Top Team. And I know he worked a lot with Amanda Nunes when she was on her run. Yeah, that sucks for Benil, especially because he's old. Like, I don't know how much more time he has to, climb the ranks to a title shot. And then even I saw the one interview with him where he thought there was a moment when they weren't sure if it was going to be him or Moicano. And they asked them both to cut the championship weight. So they both cut the championship weight. And then he was like sitting there thinking he was going to get the title shot, but then they wound up going with Moicano because he was higher in the rankings. That was definitely probably a little mind fuck for him. But Amon St. Brown touchdown. That's what I need. Let's not fuck around. Right here. Let's get Amon St. Brown in the end zone. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fucking pay-per-view's doing it too. I want my fucking money back. When is who fighting? The main card is starting right now. So the first fight will be Kevin Holland versus Rainer D. Renner. Bro. Is anyone else watching this fight and having so much fucking difficulty with ESPN Plus? This shit is on my last nerve right now. So the first fight is going to be Kevin Holland versus Renner D. Renner. Who do you guys got in that fight? I'm going with Renner D. Renner. I actually could see him out grappling Kevin Holland. I feel like that's the problem Kevin Holland runs into at 185 is he doesn't cut any weight. He's small for the weight class. All these other guys are 200-pound guys. Could be Kevin Holland knockout. D. Renner striking. Looked a little suspect. Bro, this shit's fucking crazy. They're just rainbow wheeling me all fucking night. Even when I go back, it just fucking freezes again. Bro, you are taking my shit for granted right now, John Anik. Let's see how long it goes till it fucking pisses me off again and starts fucking up. They got the Kevin Holland montage going on right now. So I do think one thing that will play or could play into this fight that I'm also looking into is the Renner trains at a, I'm not gonna say better gym. Well, I would say better gym, and definitely has better training partners. Like, I know when he was fighting Marshart, because Marshart was from Killcliff, he trained somewhere else. But I know this fight and previous fights when he wasn't fighting someone from Killcliff, he trained at Killcliff, which is a room full of killers where I don't know who or how many high level world class guys that Kevin Holland trains with. Come on, Jamar Gibbs. Fucking touchdown. I'll give you play-by-play on the fights. I can't show the fights because they will flag my shit. The Ritter is currently walking to the ring, getting ready to fight Kevin Holland. Umar did not win by submission. Could. I don't think he's gonna. I feel like a lot of people are holding too much stock in that first Rinner fight. You know, Octagon jitters, first fight in a new organization, first fight in the UFC. I think GM3, people underestimate him and think he's a lot less skilled than he is. He's pretty good. He's definitely a solid middleweight. Kevin Holland walking down to the ring now. Oh man, that's starting.
Kevin Holland is trying to do the black belt, very high level black belt. He's very good on the ground. Seen him submit very top level competition. One thing that does stand out to me is the amount of activity. Kevin Holland fights so often. He's so comfortable in there. Nerves are not a factor. He can knock anyone out. So Kevin Holland said he did less grappling this fight because he wants to beat more of the Ritter. Said that he can make him quit. Guys said that with all the work he's going to do, he feels he can make the Ritter quit inside the octagon. Said he would be absolutely stunned to get submitted by the Ritter tonight. But Taylor Pickens presented not change together rewards for sustainable choices. Not sure I've ever seen a cooler tail taken by life other than Spear. The Ritter 34, Holland 32. 1 inch gap in height, no issues on the scale.
34-year-old versus a 32-year-old. 6'4" to 6'3". And yeah, I don't think Kevin Holland cut any weight to get to 185. So he's definitely going to be a little bit smaller than DeRinner. Bro. They're definitely going to do this shit during this fight. Do this shit during your stupid fucking promos. Who you guys got in this one? Kevin Holland or the Renner? The OG, Frank Trigg. Oh, the Renner in on a single leg, and he's got him down 10 seconds into the fight. Kevin Holland trying to throw up a triangle. This fucking shit. The Renner avoids it, but Kevin Holland still got the setup for a triangle. He's trying to land some elbows, landing a few good ones. Oh, Kevin Holland with a very active guard so far. And now the Renner settles into Kevin Holland's guard. Oh my God. Thank you for the gifts. Oh, Kevin Holland trying to throw up an armbar. Looking to land some up kicks. Oh, he just landed a good up kick. Little heel kick. Some ground and pound from the Renner in Kevin Holland's closed guard. Thank you for the likes. The Renner standing up in Kevin Holland's close guard. Just landed a nice little elbow. Kevin Holland's bleeding. I need a Maron St. Brown. That's what I need right now. I'm on St. Brown. 2:45 left. And yeah, Kevin Holland's just getting ground and pounded. Not winning this first round so far. Halfway mark. Now the Renner's landing a couple of punches, standing up in the closed guard of Kevin Holland, controlling his wrists, landing some punches. I mean, Kevin Holland's active. Oh, the Renner's going for a step-through pass, and he passes. Kevin Holland tries to give up his back. The Renner tries to take his back, but he's a little high. Up, and the Renner throws one hook in. And it looks like he's going to fall off the back. Oh my God. Why can't they do this shit during the fucking promos? They got me rainbow wheeled up. Very annoying. Oh, now DeRitter, they come back, and DeRitter is on Holland's back, and he taps him out. DeRitter by a rear naked choke. I told everybody that would listen that I thought DeRitter was going to win this fight on the ground. He was going to grapple with Holland, and he's 20, 30 pounds bigger than him. Kevin Holland doesn't cut no weight to make 185. I commented on that guy, Matty Betts, because Matty Betts was saying that Kevin Holland, some guy, Matty Betts, the guy who does a show with Moicano and Gilbert Burns, he was saying that Kevin Holland was going to knock DeRitter out. And I commented that I think DeRitter dominates on the ground. And everyone started commenting to me that I didn't know what I was talking about, and have I seen DeRitter fight before? Yeah. He was a two-weight world champion and won championship, trains with a better team. So DeRitter, first round submission over Kevin Holland. Eat a dick, Kevin Holland. I froze, so I didn't see how he got to his back, but it came back just in time to see Kevin Holland in a body triangle with an arm across his throat. Kevin Holland, I think, needs to just figure out the cut to 170 better. He'll have way more success at 170. Like at 185, he's just collecting a paycheck, fighting guys that are too big for him. So now it's like, all right, his first fight was GM3, and he wound up winning, but he had moments where he didn't look too good. Now he submits Kevin Holland in the first round, which the only other person who I think I've seen do that was Khamzat. DeRitter is definitely a contender at 185. He's a two-weight world champion from another organization. He's solid. Trains with a good team. So, DeRitter, first round submission. I'm not mad at it.
Most Americans struggle a lot. I'm very happy with this win. Thank you for Kevin for stepping up. Give me a top 5 guy now, man. Come on. Right here, this had to be exactly what your game plan was coming in tonight. This was about the plan, yeah. I did a lot of work with Henry. It feels good. And working all aspects of the game. But the main goal is to choke the guy out. Always. Now, let's take a look at the screen and show you.
So, first round submission. Come on. First round submission win for DeRitter. The Queen.
Then I got my leg connected. I got the Kimura grip on him. Roll up. Jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu 101. Listen, Renee. Congratulations. Now, you have this potential now to fight someone much more highly ranked. Give us your thoughts on that. Yeah, you tell them, please, Joe. Everybody. I can be ready. Great. If you have a nice matchup for me, hopefully top five.
Next up, Geraldo Almeida and Sergey Spivak. Who you guys got in that one? I'd imagine everyone's going with Almeida, myself included. What it says. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the U.S. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us to a solution to reinstate TikTok once he. Oh man, they really banned TikTok. Damn. Damn, they really banned TikTok. Let me see this.
The UFC, it launched the sport. It's been an incredible run. Entering our 33rd season. All of this season. There are countless stars that arrived that have helped the development internationally. It was making a whole generation of fighters. In 20 years, this show has created 15 UFC world champions. It's a testament to all of us.
That's crazy.
That show changed the course of the UFC. Without that show, without Craig's leadership, I don't know if any of us would be here right now. Talk about contribution and contributing to the business and to the sport. There would be no UFC Hall of Fame without Greg Pelican. Special thanks.
Damn, so TikTok really did just go dark right now. That's fucking crazy. I didn't think it would go like that. But that shit's crazy. I was on a live and they just booted me right off TikTok. Got him. Trump will have it back up in a day or two. Confident of that. Let me see. But now I'm dealing with this other bullshit. Rusty Dusty. They got me. They got me. Banned me on TikTok. They banned the whole world on TikTok. Got him. Well, now we're back here where we've always been. YouTube. YouTube must have a good standing with the U.S. government because they're still allowed. They do all right. Oh man, the commanders are fucking them up. Spivak and Almeida walking out to the octagon right now. I'll be back. I gotta take the bitch out. We got Spivak and Almeida walking out right now. Oh. This fight's probably over. Bro, this has been fucking crazy.
The number 7 ranked UFC heavyweight contender in the world, Target! And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Three losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. Fighting at 235 pounds. Fighting out of San Bahia, presenting the number 6 ranked UFC heavyweight contender in the world, two more assignments tonight for Jay Herzog.
Jason Herzog. I don't see this fight going too long. Holy shit. This is fucking terrible. Good jab by Spivak. There's a takedown by Spivak right as it fucks up.
It's always good when you can take down the guy that's expected to be the one initiating the round. UFC Strike is an official partner of UFC. Go to UFCstrike.com and your fight ID. Spivak is a real very versatile. Gives the game.
Oh man, the Lions are about to lose to the Commanders, which is fucking crazy. They can't stop them from going up the field. We got Spivak on top of Almeida in the closed guard, landing some ground and pound. Couple of good elbows. Joe, what are you doing to me? Bro, I am definitely asking for a refund because this is fucking nuts. So, froze on me, but looks like Almeida got a sweep, and he's now on top of Spivak and mount. Spivak gives up his back. Oh, Spivak's trying to shake him off. Nice job by Almeida to stay on top. And Almeida takes his back again. Damn, Jaden Daniels is killing the fucking Lions. And Spivak turns into him, and now he's on top of Jalton Almeida, landing some ground and pound. .45 seconds left. Oh, there's a butterfly sweep by Almeida. Gets back to his feet. Landed a nice right hand on Spivak. He's got Spivak hurt. Spivak's covering up. Almeida's swinging heavy. He's got Spivak in trouble. He drops for a double leg, and he gets a takedown. Lands and mount. Spivak's in some trouble here. Luckily, short time. Oh. Spivak's just giving up his back. He's now was flattened out, but yep, now he's flattened out. Ground and pound. He's going to run out of time. He's got 10 seconds left to survive, and the referee's going to jump in. Almeida, first round. Stop! Come on. Dog, you better stop. Get out. Get out. Go. Get out. Get out. Go. Get out. I don't want to be balked out right now. Get out. So, a little scrambly first round there between Spivak and Almeida gets the TKO victory with 5 seconds left. So 2 first-round stoppages to kick off the card. So now we're probably going into 45 minutes of fucking videos about the wildfires and little video clips of Marab getting takedowns. He was not intelligently defending himself. Nice win for Almeida. Is that his only loss in the UFC, Curtis Blades? Oh, man. Commander scored again.
All right, to make this one official. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jason Herzog has stopped the contest at 4 minutes 53 seconds in the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO.
Trajetória maluca também, você tiver a reviravolta em volta pro time aí em cima, você ficou surpreso por ele conseguir resolver? Primeiramente, Angeles. Oh, sorry, Los Angeles. Emotion.
Almeida doesn't even know where the fuck he is.
Não corra de mim novamente, eu estou aqui pronto pra você, guerreiro. Dança Brasil, ritmo onde você estiver. My sympathies to everyone that was hit by the tragedy in LA. We came here to put on a show for you guys because you deserve it. And Cyril, God, stop running away. Brazil, France, wherever you are. Só mais uma coisa que veio. Meu chefe, eu sei que você está aqui nessa noite. Como eu estou pesado, talentoso, tá numa segunda luta, Salvador vai ao Brasil, tem talento, peso leve na sua categoria, então, olhe pra minha academia para fazer peso leve. Just one more thing, Shelby, are you in the building? Because there's a lot of good lightweights, a lot of lighter weights right now, up on the look. Look at us, we have a lot of people coming up. E velho bônus pro Dana. And how about the bonus, Dana? Johnson, that means...
No bonus for you, Almeida.
Rapaz, se caso não acontecer essa luta com o Torrasco, não estou à disposição para você aqui se precisar. Just in case that fight against with Tom Master, involving Tom Master, doesn't happen, Tom Master, I'm at your disposal for whatever you need. Well, congratulations, sir. Very impressive performance. Johnson Almeida, ladies and gentlemen.
Johnson Almeida post-fight interview is brought to you by Trip, the official water of UFC. 3 times he's called for Cyril Gane. We'll see if promotionally they put that fight together. And perhaps
I'll watch Cyril Gane versus Almeida. I think that's a good matchup.
with Tom Aspinall.
I ain't mad at that.
Joining us for UFC 311, those gentlemen have been here thoroughly.
Yeah, Almeida looked really good there. Spivak surprised me. I thought it would be a little more one-sided. Good fights so far. The main card, 2 quick first round stoppage. But now we're going to go into 27 minutes of video promos about the wildfires, about people getting takedowns. Umar and Marab. I heard people saying that card looked pretty weak. Oh, yeah. The 2 main cards, Weili Zhang versus Tatiana, I'm interested in. Dreykus versus Strickland rematch, but then, yeah. Justin Taffa versus Taliesin Teixeira as the feature fight is terrible. Jimmy Crute versus Rodolfo Bellato. What? Jake Matthews versus Francisco Prado. I like Francisco Prado. Yeah, I need Jamal Hill to pull this one out. But yeah, John Attic just let us know. Alex Pereira versus Ankalaev in March. Is that the end of... Yeah, Pineo Cruz or whatever. I forget how you pronounce it, but yeah, he's legit. He was on the East Coast circuit, so I've known him for a minute. He used to be a lot skinnier. And then when I've been to past UFC events, he winds up being the translator a lot for a lot of the Brazilian fighters at the media days and press conferences and stuff. Not just for Pereira. Nice guy. But yeah, what's his name? Cormier needs to lose some weight. Cormier's getting big. I mean, I can't be one to talk. My weight always fluctuates, but Cormier is always on screen. As I'm on screen as well, too, but... Cormier's definitely pushing 300 pounds. So Islam and Umar arriving. Man, I gotta root for Marab though. I gotta hope Marab pulls this out. I mean, Moicano got a louder ovation than Umar and Islam. I like how when they told him he had the fight and then they did the weigh-ins, and he was like, I don't give a fuck, Joe Rogan, or whatever. I don't know if he said Joe Rogan. He was like, I don't give a fuck. I need my money. Yeah, Moicano's good. I don't know if I'd call him world class. If he wins tonight, he could definitely stake that claim. He's a little wild for my liking, Moicano. And I feel like that's gotten him in trouble in some past fights. This fight should be good. Arguably, this fight could be a title fight if it wasn't for Pereira. Or even Jamal Hill. I think Jamal Hill really, what did he hurt? His Achilles tendon or something playing basketball? I think he set himself back with that injury, got stripped of the title. And then he came back too quick for the Pereira fight. You know, it should take you a really long time to come back from an injury like that. He came back quick. Jerry, too, came back very quick from those shoulder injuries. I feel like at first, too, Jerry was getting by on his wildness and that people weren't respecting his power, his chin, his durability. Now I think people know what he has and that his striking kind of has some holes in it. He's definitely hittable, and you can only take so many before you're starting to lose your chin. Damn. Lions are getting smoked. I agree. Jerry's on the spectrum. He's definitely out there. Very weird dude. Man, they hate Jamal Hill. He got the loudest boos all week, and now even fight night, loudest boos. They're not Jamal Hill fans.
Jamal, the accomplishments speak for themselves, and his title winning performance against Makhachev was one of the most impressive I've ever seen. The way he's the very talented Makhachev, it was incredibly impressive. And, you know, he got caught by one of the greatest strikers the sport has ever seen. Yep. And he's rebounded, and we're going to get to see where he's at now. I expect the best Jamal Hill we've ever seen. I think he is motivated. Very disciplined in preparing for this fight. He thinks that stylistically is the perfect kind of fight for him. And the man's skills and knockout power cannot be denied. So all the moves and the fans kind of turning on Jamal, that serves as motivation for him. And that's what I like the most about him, because he carries that chip on his shoulder. And when he's carrying that chip on his shoulder, he's even more dangerous than he is normally. Jamal has a ton of skills, and from his nutrition to his training to everything that has been is there. Sweet dreams tonight. You're like that.
The Czechoslovakian Dexter. That's funny.
Right now I'm at a different place in my career. I am locked in. I want to win. I'm going to do my thing. He said his training is perfect. He's got to stand right. Such a fan that started training camp. But you see the shaved head, straight forward behind that John. You guys see the time time again. This man is a pure mixed martial artist. And if you aren't careful and you run into something weird for hockey, you are going to sleep.
Oh, this fight's gonna be good.
Brandon Conservation actually moves with us tonight, shaved his head, and there is actually what a weekend it is for that young lady. She helps very well. His UFC debut during the global pandemic against Moicano here in 2020. One thing, Joe, that we talked a lot about is Jiri Prochazka's defense, and he had said to us this week he has to be more respectful for the power coming back this week.
He said after the last Sounds Banana fight, he said, I have to...
1 of 8 spinning back elbow finishes. Man, even I'm seeing just everybody booing Jamal, loving Jiri.
responsible for this fight, the knockout power, the disruptive striking, and the unpredictable movement will remain. And that's what makes him so difficult to face.
But yeah, if Jamal loses this, there's no coming back. Like, at least the fans love Jiri. There's no coming back for Jamal. Oh, this shit's gonna be wild. 33 versus 32, so they're still hanging on to their prime. Shut up, Joe. Who's Brazilian? Neither one of these guys are Brazilian. Or are you just repping Alex? Because Alex has beaten both of these men. Alex viciously knocked out both of these men.
Number 2 ranked UFC heavyweight contender. hit the wall. Mike Beltran. Final assignment of the night for Mike Beltran, and then he can pull that beard back out. Red Dead Cruz getting a start.
Round 1 about to start for Jamal Hill versus Jiri Provodnikov. This one should be good. And here we go. Little feeling out process. Nice low kick for Jamal Hill. Little glancing right hand for Jiri. Ooh, nice left hand. Little step in left hand landed for Jiri. And then a good jab. Yeah, hands at his hips for Jiri. Did land a couple of good shots, though. Oh, little uppercut landed for Jamal Hill. Oh, little glancing right hand for Jamal Hill. Crazy that he keeps his hand so low. Yep, little overhand hook, glancing shot for Jiri. Couple swings and misses by both guys. Jamal Hill backing Jiri up. Crowd chanting, "Let's go, Jiri." Oh, a little step in right hand landed for Jiri. Oh! Jiri just dropped Jamal Hill with a left hand. Jamal Hill still with it, though. Jamal just landed a straight left. Oh, he landed another step in left hand for Jiri. Jiri keeps switching stances and landing a quick left hand. There's a little left hand for Jamal. Jamal's nose is bleeding. Up, tie clinch for Jiri. Lands a little knee to the body. Jamal does look a little goofy-footed. He can't get out of the way of this little switch stance step in left hand that Jiri keeps throwing. Little head kick miss for Jiri. Good jab for Jamal Hill lands. Oh, he gets hit with that left hand again. You know, Jiri fighting with his hands down, but Jamal's fighting standing straight up. Oh, good right hand landed for Jamal Hill. And now they're rainbow wheeling me. .35 seconds left. Good teep kick landed for Jiri. 28-15 in significant strikes in favor of Jiri. Jiri's showing it. His face is getting fucked up. Good body kick lands for Jiri. Or for Jamal Hill. Wow. Jamal Hill was getting pieced up that fucking first round. I need to see him get dropped again. That was a nice little step in left hand by Jiri. Oh, and they're rainbow wheeling me. Right when they're going to show me the replay. He was Foxville after that left hand. Crazy first round. He couldn't get out of the way of this little left hand that Jiri keeps throwing. Oh, right on the chin. He landed that a few times, but that one almost ended the fight. Luckily, Jamal bounced back pretty quick. Jamal's wearing it on his face, too. You know what it is? Jiri's keeping his hands low, open to be hit, and then Jamal, when he throws, is like sticking his chin up in the air, just waiting to be countered. Oh, swing and a miss with a head kick for Jiri. Definitely a 10-9 first round for Jiri. I don't know how far this fight's going to go, but I can't help but think if it goes 3 rounds, wish it was a 5-round fight. Both guys exchange teeps to the body. Come on. Come on. Come on. Jump. Oh, shit. Little jumping knee misses for Jiri. Little straight right hand lands for Jiri. Jamal was backing him up. A couple glancing shots. Nothing significant. Left hand to the body and a little eye poke. Jiri just poked Jamal in the eye. And we're back. Both guys pouring at each other. A couple of kicks blocked. Thrown by Jiri, blocked by Hill. A little short right hand landed for Jamal Hill. Oh. Little left hand landed for Jamal Hill. Ooh, good uppercut. Straight left hand landed for Jamal Hill. He's got Jiri on crazy mode, though. Oh. Little left hand landed for Jiri. Jiri's complaining of an eye poke. Definitely an eye poke by Jamal Hill, so you know the fans are going to let him have it.
But in the court of public opinion, right, very pro-hostage, it's very difficult because,
I mean, he landed a left hand, got eye poke, but then he landed a right hand. All right, it was a shoulder. I thought it was the back of the head. Definitely a nice eye poke. The eye poke though is good for Jamal. You know, that zaps Jerry's power bar a little bit. Oh, so they're going to have the doctor come in and look at his eye. Yes. There we go. Good male doctor. Letting the fight keep going. No bullshit. Asking the fighter if he's good before he makes any calls. No spinning back kick misses for Jerry. Definitely a high, very risky fight for both guys. Ooh, nice little right hand lands for Jamal Hill. There's that straight left again for Jerry. Glanced him. Little left hand to the body for Jamal Hill. Oh, big right hand landed for Jerry, but Jamal Hill ate it. I'm surprised he ate that. Ooh, both guys, little straight right hand landed for Jerry. Little check right hook landed for Jamal Hill. Ooh, another little check right hook. Couple little right hands landed for Jamal Hill. $55 seconds left. Head kick misses for Jerry. Little right hand to the body for Jamal Hill. Ooh, a little stepping right hand lands for Jerry. Both these guys, good left hand to the body by Jamal Hill. Both of these guys are landing on each other. Another straight left hand for Jamal Hill to the body. Little step in right hand. Glances for Jerry. Oh, another little step in left hand lands for Jerry, but he ate it. Good knee to the body for Jamal Hill. 10-second buzzer. Hill looked a lot better that second round. Did he take that second round is the question. I think he did.
another one of those straight left hands. Hit Jamal a little bit. Little seat kick up the middle. And look at this body shot by Jamal. This is a great punch. That would bother Yuri. Look at his reaction. Look at his body. Yeah, right. Like he went, yep. Look like.
Oh man, they rainbow wheeling me now. They were doing so good. So yeah, I'd agree with you there. 1-1. This third round might get crazy. They both probably know that they got to win this round. Jamal Hill was doing some good body work. He's got to go back to that. Another good left hand to the body for Jamal Hill. He's got to keep going with that. Eventually try to sneak it up to the head. Oh, he landed that straight left again. Jamal's rocked. He's backpedaling. Jerry's charging him, landing a couple little glancing shots. Jamal's in it, though, but he got stumbled right there by that straight left hand. Jamal's wearing it. Ooh, nice little right hand left landed for Jamal Hill. Jerry ate it, though. Another good left hand to the body for Jamal Hill. It definitely shows you that Pereira has like the touch of death. That he completely rocked Jamal Hill. He's been showing a very good chin and quick recovery tonight. Jerry's caught him with some clean punches. So right now, Hill, to win this fight, has to do some work because Prohaska's winning this round so far. Oof. He's coming so close, Jamal, to big punches landing. Good right hand to the body for Jerry. Nice little glancing straight left for Jamal Hill, and he walks right into that left hand again from Jerry. He ate it, though. Ooh, good knee to the body for Jamal Hill. Jerry felt that. Oh! Big right hand for Jerry knocks Jamal Hill down. Jamal Hill's covering up. Jerry's trying to close it. Landing some ground and pound. Jamal Hill's taking him. Shakes Jerry off. And he's back to his feet. Just got hit with a left hook. Got hit with a right hand. He's eating it. Just got hit with an uppercut, and he falls down again. Referee's moving in, but Jamal Hill's still scrambling. Oh, now he's covered up in turtle. The referee's moving in. Referee stops the fight. I thought he was covering up there. He was rocked, but come on, ref. If he stood right up right now, then that was a bad stoppage. Let me see him. Oh, no, he's still down. All right. I'll give it to you, ref. Damn. I had Jerry in my parlay. Not Jerry. I had Jamal Hill in my parlay. He couldn't get out of the way of that fucking left hand. That was the problem for him in this fight. Sit down, Joe. Sit. Don't start. Come here. Don't start barking at me and shit. Come on. Come here. Big right hand. Started with the left hand, dropped him with the right hand. That short, straight left hand, big right hook. Could not get out of the way of that straight left hand. Damn.
who had saw Jerry Prohansky in the octagon, as you see the reaction from the Jim. Martin Karamanov and everybody else, Michael Stower.
Damn, I was pulling for you, Jamal Hill. But you got fucked up. I mean, Yuri's durability. Damn. He had his moments.
I mean, on the way to Yuri Prohansky, Yuri, that was a war. You just said that to Jamal Hill. Is that what you expected coming here tonight? I expected everything. And after my last
Looking at my parlays, I had a lot of Jamal Hill. No Jiri. Got him. It was that straight, that awkward switch stance, straight left hook that he kept just sliding in there that Jerry could not, Jamal Hill could not get out of the way of. He dropped him with it once, rocked him with it at least 2-3 times. Tough. Now it comes to Marab versus Umar.
Only one thing, and just a little bit. Will you look even better tonight? Let's take a look at the big screen at some of these impressive moments. You had some moments where you caught him. This was a big one. Where you dropped him with his right hand.
Oof.
You dropped him several times in the fight. Were you surprised at all with the ability to...
I mean, that's definitely fight of the night. I mean, Jamal Hill, so many wide swings, like he was loading up, and always with his chin high in the air. That's what allowed Jerry to land so many punches.
Why do you think that is? What you thrive in these wild exchanges, that seems to bring out the best in you. And that's in my nature. Everybody has his power, so I had this one while
I think this next fight's going to be wild, too.
the true Yuri Prohansky. That's right. Well, the true Yuri Prohansky was on display tonight, sir. Absolutely sensational. This was a huge moment for you, a huge victory. Where do you go from here? Like I said that many times in media before. Maybe you will not believe me that, but I wanna. Fuck, man! I want a third fight with Alex Pereira. Man.
Oh, he's got a death wish. I don't want to see him fight Alex a third time. The first two, I feel, were very one-sided.
From himself, from his fans, and if you did have Prohansky line knocked out TKO plus 185, the payout on DraftKings Sportsbook, and you know Prohansky could very well find himself in a third meeting with Alex today if he plays the stars right. Big win for him tonight. A lot of fun in the building.
I thought that was Jackie Chan, bro. Ooh, Brian Ortega's got a bad check on his arm. They're showing Michael Chandler. They should show Mackenzie Dern. I would cheer more for Mackenzie Dern than I would for Michael Chandler. I don't give a fuck about Michael Chandler. Ooh, Rob looks fucking pissed. Umar with heavyweight Khabib in his corner. Can Marab pull off the upset? That's the question. Can Marab pull off the upset? I think he can. Not only do I think he can, I think he's going to.
Broadcast the UFC Insight Engine built with IBM Menace.
There's never been a path to a national championship like this. As the final teams take the field, everyone will know this one will occur. And in the end, one team will have done something no other team in the history of college football.
Co-main event coming out next. Oh, yeah. 3 fights so far, 3 stoppages on the main card. Not mad at that. They were all pretty good fights. Oh, now they're gonna show the crowd fight between Strickland and Dreykus. I can't believe that TikTok gave in to the dealings by the U.S. Congress. Joe Biden said he wasn't going to impose any of the fines that they were supposed to get hit with. He said he was going to leave it up to Trump, who's been very open with dealing with them and working with them and getting them back up and running. They should have defied the court orders and anything to do with Congress and been like, no, we're not fucking leaving. Why would they shut down? That's so crazy to me. Absolutely should have completely defied any orders that they were given from the United States Congress and been like, you guys are tyrannical. They could have totally helped rally the 170 million Americans that are currently on the app that not only don't want it to go away, but are probably sick of the government telling them how to live their lives. What is this, February 8th? 3 weeks. I like when Strickland snapped and was like, I will take your soul because Dreykus was like, "You think your dad beat the shit out of you? You have no idea what I'm gonna do to you. You think your dad beat the shit out of you?" And Strickland was like, "Dreykus, I'll take your fucking life. I will take your soul." I feel like this has been a full card already. And I still got 2 more fights. That's crazy. Umar versus Marab. 11-fight win streak for Marab. Oh, please tell me they're going right to it. I don't want to see 20 minutes of fucking bullshit. I kind of feel, though, like they should give UFC 312 out for free. That one should be on like regular ESPN or something, because that undercard, other than the 2 main fights, is pretty weak. Like, let me see. Oh my god. The undercard is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. This is a shitty fight night card. Other than the 2 main fights. Tatiana Suarez versus Weili Zhang is a great fight. I'm hoping Tatiana Suarez finally gets her title. But Dreykus versus Strickland, great fight. Rematch. The first fight was good. But the undercard is absolutely terrible. Justin Taffa should never be a feature fight. Should never be on the main card of the pay-per-view. Jake Matthews versus Prado. Decent fight. I'd watch it. Should be entertaining. But the rest of this undercard, hopefully they surprise everybody. And it winds up being a scrappy type of night. But these fights are fucking terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Arguably one of the worst cards, pay-per-view cards, I think I've ever seen. And that's not even just for name value. That's just, I don't see a high ceiling for a lot of these guys. Terrible. I like to. You ever see those videos where a fan heckled Marab and Marab was like, you, and then just went running and started climbing the fucking bleachers to go after the fan? And then there's another video where a fan said something, and when Marab starts walking towards him to check him, the guy's like, no, 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 I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. Marab's a real one, bro. People don't realize Georgia's a hard, war-torn country. They've been dealing with being oppressed by Russia for decades. So this is like a coming full circle for the Georgian people right now, with Marab being their representative. This fight should be a war. I think people are thinking this fight's going to be easier for Umar than it is going to be. I don't think Marab's an easy out by any stretch of the imagination. You got to kill Marab. You got to put Marab out to beat him. Let's go, Marab. We got Umar making his way down to the ring, cage. Sorry, Tyler, they will flag my YouTube. I can give you some play-by-play. Like right now, we got Umar in the prep zone, getting checked by the referee, about to step into the cage. Nice crowd reaction for Umar. I figured they would cheer more for Marab, but we'll see. Maybe they're big Nurmagomedov fans. This is their home where they train. Probably a few hours, San Jose from LA.
of the decision makers, right? It's absolutely not. We've seen with Makhachev that's done, of course, in terms of not getting hit. But that's a full 15-minute fight, and Umar Nurmagomedov believes he is going to win for a while.
Umar doing some weird shit against the cage. The fans might be torn on this one because Merab got a pretty good ovation as well. I wonder if that big ass screen that they have in the Intuit Dome affects the view of any of the seats. Like, obviously, I know it's a big screen and you can watch it on there, but I wonder if it affects your view down to the octagon from any of those seats up in the rafters. It's funny how so many people, too, leading up to this fight were saying that Merab was afraid of Umar. I don't think he was afraid of Umar. I think he was just, talking shit, saying he didn't think Umar deserved it because he had to win so many fights to get there. He had the longest road because he didn't want to fight Aljo, or him and Aljo didn't want to fight each other. Versus Umar, who's always kind of been on the cusp of a title fight simply because he was Khabib's cousin. Merab in the zone just gave his hat, his parapa, whatever you call it, to Aljo. Giving Ray Longo the hug, his Georgian friend the hug. What is his name? Woods. Can't think of his first name right now, but Woods, the coach from Syndicate. Ray Longo. Man, what is his name again? John Wood. Oh, yeah, Merab got the bigger ovation than Umar. Got Bruce Buffer doing his announcements. Umar is kind of looking cool, not really like he's sweating it. Not even looking at Merab. Merab is staring a hole into Umar. Introducing first. A little bit of booze for Umar. They cheered him walking out. So, like, this fight, it's going to be crazy. Probably a technical battle. That last fight, though, is just going to be a shit show. Who knows how that one's going to go? Islam versus Moicano. Merab is 3-0 as a UFC underdog. Georgia versus Russia. And they touch gloves. I wasn't sure if they would after all the beef. And here we go. Umar Nurmagomedov versus Merab Dvalishvili for the bantamweight title. Umar, sizable favorite. Merab, sizable underdog. Round one. Little feeling out process. Nobody's thrown a strike yet. 30 seconds in. Look, head kick missed by Umar. Little low kick skims the calf for Merab. So minute in, they've both only really thrown one strike. Head kick missed by Umar. Oh, a little straight left hand lands for Umar. Oh, little right hand landed for Merab. Nice low kick from Merab. Little 1-2 misses for Umar. Ooh, another right hand lands from Marab. Couple of swings and misses by Umar. He keeps throwing like almost like a not a question mark kick, but like a crescent kick. Umar does. Oh, both guys swinging and missing a little bit. Marab misses with a low kick. Oh, Marab shoots his first takedown. Umar sprawls. Marab hits him with the right hand on the exit. The left hand to the body for Umar. I mean, 3 minutes in, I got Marab has landed the only punches. Nice little body kick for Umar. Little 1-2 misses for Umar. Oh, there's a little jab, little kick jab combination. Nice right hand to the body for Marab. Umar's in on a takedown. Marab's stuffing the takedown. Umar's trying to chain wrestle. Marab defends it. Flying knee misses for Umar. Little jab lands for Umar. That's good for Marab, though, to zap out the gas tank a little bit of Umar. Couple swings and misses for Marab. Little jab misses for Umar. Oh, Umar shoots another takedown. Marab sprawls, defends it. Lands a knee to the body. Umar trying to push Marab against the cage. Marab turns him around, lands a little chopping right hand. Little low kick from Marab. 40 seconds left. Couple of misses for Umar. There's a little glancing left hand for Umar. Both guys swing and miss. Ooh, nice right hand just landed for Umar. Biggest punch of the round. Is that punch enough to steal the round? Because I had Marab ahead until that punch. Little body kick for Umar. Close first round. Biggest strike landed for Umar. More strikes landed for Marab. That first round could go either way. Maybe I'm going to lean towards Umar. Yeah, that right hand was clean, right on the chin. Round two. This is what I figured, though. I kind of thought Umar would take maybe the first and second round. Then once he slows down, Marab. Round two. Both guys feeling out for the first 30 seconds. No strikes thrown yet. Oh, little glancing right hand. Landed for Marab. Little glancing left hand lands for Umar. Oh, the right hand landed for Merab. Little right hand left hook landed for Umar. Umar lands a body kick. Good jab for Umar. Ooh. Looked like both guys traded shots right there. I mean, Merab is just biting on his mouthpiece and swinging, and Umar's kind of catching him while he swings wild. Little takedown attempt by Merab. Umar sprawls, and they break.
More resistance when trying to take down this opposition and opponent's pass. Right, the switch to get it back to right. Where boats and Keelan Sean will bring on front center.
3:15 left here in the second round. Crowd is chanting Umar. Oh, there's a takedown from Merab. Umar pops right back up. Merab was on a single leg, but Umar defended it well. Popped back up. He had him down for a second. And now Umar just tripped Merab, trying to take his back. He gets a hook in. So now we got the first takedown of the fight. Umar trips Merab, wins a scramble, gets on his back. Merab's got a little scratch. Looks like he's bleeding a little bit by his left eye. Umar's trying to control him. Merab stands up. Umar's got a body lock. And we're back to the feet. Nice job by Merab circling out. Definitely some bruising from the jab is starting to show on Merab's face. Ooh, nice little overhand right lands from Merab. Little left hand, right hook combo. Glances for Umar. Umar goes for a takedown. Merab sprawls. Good low kick lands for Umar. Little glancing right hand landed from Merab. Oh, Merab just landed a little left hook. Merab's in on a takedown. Umar sprawls. Merab grabs a body lock, pushes Umar against the cage. Umar circles off the cage, pushes Merab against the cage. Merab circles off. He's trying to push Umar back up. They trade knees in the clinch. Right now they're in a 50-50 position in the open mat, and they break. Both guys swing and miss. They're saying the punch that. Ooh, left hook landed from Merab. Right hand to the body landed from Merab. Merab is swinging. They both punch into the clinch. Nothing significant landing. Usman's breathing heavy. I mean, Umar's breathing pretty heavy. I might go 1-1 right there. Maybe 2-0 Umar, but yeah, I think Merab had him backing up a lot in that round. I could see the judges giving that one to Merab. Umar is taking some deep breaths and kind of has like a deer in headlights look a little bit.
break. I think that's what gave the cuddle of Marab dive. Then you got a beautiful takedown there by Umar Nurmagomedov.
Nice trip by Umar.
Not much happened from this position, but it was a takedown.
I mean, these rounds are close enough. I wouldn't be surprised, depending on where the judges are sitting. These scorecards so far through 2 rounds could be all over the place. Umar definitely looked a little worse for the wear, cardio-wise, of the two at the end of that second round. Aaron Bronsteiner has it 2018 Umar. Kevin Ioli has Umar up 2-0. Ian O'Neill has Umar up 2-0. Oh, there's a right hand into a single leg. And Merab gets Umar down. Big right hand just landed from Merab. Umar popped back up, though. First takedown surrendered by Nurmagomedov in 7 fights. Little 1-2 misses for Umar. DC said Umar looks very calm. I kind of see Umar looking a little withered. A little bit like he's trying to pace himself right now. Spinning back fist misses for Merab. Ooh, a little right hand landed for... nice right hand landed for Merab there. Good body kick for Umar. Both guys swinging and missing. Oh, right hand into a single leg for Merab. Umar defends it. Ooh, little left hand landed for Umar. A little slip by Umar afterward. DC called it a sprawl. Looked more like a slip. Good low kick for Umar. They're saying it was a cup check. Ooh, right hand to the body lands for Merab. Good jab by Umar. Oh, both guys swinging wild. Umar shoots in, gets sprawled on. And they back up. Little glancing right hand lands from Merab. Merab's in on a single leg and throws Umar down, lets him right back up, and points at him to say, like, I just ragdolled you to the ground. Oh, a little right hand landed from Merab. It looked like, I don't know if it's fatigue or that punch might have hurt him. A little wobble there from Umar as I get rainbow wheeled. Umar in on a takedown attempt, pushing Merab against the cage. Merab's eyes really starting to leak now. Umar's in on a body lock. Merab is, I think he's talking to the announce team or talking to the crowd. Oh, yeah, he's talking to the announce team. Merab circles off the cage. Breaks from the clinch. And now we're back in the middle of the octagon. Ooh, head kick just misses for Umar. Very close punch stats. Significant strike stats through 3 rounds. This is the biggest. So 14-14, 19-19, and now 17-10 here in the third. Oh, Umar's in on a single leg. Umar Trying to get a trip, and Merab's staying up. Umar throws him down. And Merab pops right back up. Merab is showboating a lot to the crowd. That's not going to win him the rounds. That round was close too. I'm going to lean towards Merab. He definitely landed the more significant strikes. He needed the judges to give him that round, though. He definitely shouldn't have showboated that little bit that he did. Unless the judges were scoring that, but he definitely got thrown down to the ground at the end of it. This fight's going to be close. Round 4. Little right hand to the body for Merab. But yeah, definitely close rounds so far. Oh, that rainbow wheeling me. Oh, Merab's in on a single. And he gets Umar down. Umar pops right back up. It's almost like Merab's just making him wrestle, try to drain his gas tank a little bit. Good jab lands for Umar. Oh, Merab's in on another takedown. And he just took Umar down. Umar pops back up to his feet, but definitely a takedown. Oh, Merab's in on him again. Umar's trying to defend this takedown, but he's on his butt right now. And he's down again. Another takedown from Merab. He tries to stand up, and Merab lets him. Ooh, nice right hand landed from Merab. Head kick almost lands for Umar. Nice little right hand lands from Merab. He stuffs a takedown attempt by Umar. Little glancing straight left hand for Umar. Good jab lands for Umar. Little right hand lands from Merab. He starts backing Umar up. Straight left hand lands for Umar. Merab goes in for a takedown. Nice down block by Umar. Oh, good right hand to the body for Merab. The live odds right now, 145 Merab, plus 115 for Nurmagomedov. Good jab from Merab. That was his first jab I think he's landed all fight. Nice right hand landed from Merab. Merab's in on a single leg. And he got him down again, just walks away from him. Nice right hand landed from Merab. Little left-hand counter from Umar. Nice 1-2 from Umar. Oh, little glancing right hand landed from Marab. Umar drops for a single leg. Marab defends it and lands a little right hand on the break. Khabib's going nuts in the corner right now. Oh, nice little right hand to the body from Marab. Umar changes levels. Umar is exhausted right now. He just got up really slow right there. Oh, Marab. Marab needs to turn it on. Marab's in on a double leg right now. Umar trying to sprawl, but Marab's about to suck him up and take him down. Right in front of Khabib. Khabib screaming, going nuts right now, yelling for Umar to get up. Marab just tied George St. Pierre for the most takedowns in UFC history. Umar pops back to his feet. 10 seconds left. Umar's grabbing the cage. A couple of good left hands for Marab. Marab definitely won that round. I'm going to say this fight's either 3-1 Marab or 2-2 right now. Umar is exhausted right now. Marab needs to put it on him and solidify this fight. Great night of fights so far, especially the main card delivered. Good jab lands for Umar. Khabib just yelled at him in the corner and told him no more kicks, just punches. Oh, Marab's in on a takedown, pushes Umar against the cage. Oh, Marab's in on a single leg. Umar defends it. Marab's in on another single leg. Umar defends it. Another single leg. Umar defends it. I feel like, yeah, he's just shooting these to make Umar work. Nice little straight left hand just landed for Umar. Another straight left hand landed for Umar. Oh, right hand into a takedown from Marab. He's got his hands clasped. Looking to finish a double leg. Umar Doing a good job of staying on his feet. Merab's got a body lock, and he's like walking Umar around the cage. Umar's digging an underhook. And he defends it. A couple punches on the break from Merab. I'm very curious to see how the judges are scoring this fight. Good jab landed from Merab. Umar shoots. Merab sprawls. Ooh, nice little right hand. Straight left landed from Merab. Couple of swings and misses for Umar. Good body kick landed for Umar. Nope, Merab's in another takedown. And he gets it. Lets him up. He's in a front headlock right now. Lets him go. Umar's doing good this round. Better than he should be for how much cardio he's got. Good straight left hand lands for Umar after he defends a takedown. Merab might be giving this fight away right now by not doing enough in this final round. Another takedown defended by Umar. Couple swings and misses by both guys. Oh, good right hand landed from Merab. Best punch of the fight for him. He's in on a single leg, gets a takedown, points at Umar, then starts playing to the crowd. Hopefully that don't cost him the fight. Playing to the crowd. He's in on another takedown. All right, that just might have sealed the fight for him. Just got a takedown. He's on in the wrestler's position. Umar stands up, pushes Umar against the cage. Matt returns him. And now he's showboating to the crowd. Oh, I hope they don't steal this from Merab because I think he won that. I think Merab won that. I got to see what the judges do, but I think that was 3-2 Merab. Close enough, though, to where I wouldn't be surprised.
Such a weapon that he has. Remember Menace early with the left hand. Umar with a beautiful right hand there that really wobbled him early in the fight. This is Umar's first takedown. And that was a big right hand by Merab. Merab takedown here. Big right hand by Umar. And then left hand by Merab. Another takedown by Merab. And his right hand, big right hand in the fifth round by Merab. That's when he threw him down. He's showboating now. He's having a good time in the middle of a chaotic war. Yeah. A lot of theatrics that goes on this, right? Honestly, you never know who you're impressing, right? It might rub you wrong. Something. I mean, he fought a crazy basic fight. It wasn't a fight. And Magomedov fought a wonderful fight too. Magomedov defended multiple takedowns.
Umar does not look like he thinks he won this fight.
The second best gas tank in UFC history. For the result of the bantamweight championship fight here is ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, because the judges work hard for decision. The judges for the contest, 48-47, 48-47, and 49-46 for the winner by unanimous decision.
Rob did it. I called that fight. That's how I saw that fight going. I would have did fucking great tonight on my parlays if I would have just left Jamal Hill out. Jamal Hill's the one who did me in.
I'm here with the winner and still UFC bantamweight champion of the world. One of the best fights I've ever seen in my life. Ron Thomas Williams. What a hate. That fight was fought out.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for spectating. Also, join here.
Fight was just absolutely insane. And to see you showing no visible signs of fatigue.
Unanimous decision win for Marab.
I know that UFC needs me. I heard it from somebody inside. They really need me. I'm like, UFC, give me everything.
Are you saying that you weren't even 100%?
I mean, training, like, today I was good, but, like, you have to preparation good, and I was settled, and I had invested on the left, and I had my lower back.
Let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about your performance. The performance is incredible. What did you expect coming into this fight, and what, if anything, surprised you?
Umar is a fighter, and he's good, but he called me old. Yes, I'm old, but I'm working every day. I'm a harder worker.
round I won, other was like close. I don't think I would decide, but alhamdulillah, anybody, alhamdulillah. And after first round, I can't punch because I think I broke my hand, and game go like other way, waiting. But any position, alhamdulillah, good or bad, always, I will say alhamdulillah. Thank you God. And I need to watch this video like my fight, and I don't know.
You thought you should have gotten the decision.
I'm not agree with the judge. I need to remote.
You need to see.
Yes, I need to see this all around.
Was there anything surprising about this fight? What did you expect coming in?
Nothing. I knew he's tough guy. What I don't wait, I will block my hand in the first round.
Well, Umar, you are still one of the absolute best fighters on planet Earth. It was an honor to call your fight, and I know we will see you back better than ever. Thank you very much. Umar Nurmagomedov, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for all fans who support us. Big sport because of you guys. Thanks so much.
All right, those post-fight interviews were brought to you by Trip, the official water of UFC. Rothwell's really remains the champion. And you heard the scorecard, 49-46 and then 48-47 times 2. So 2 of the 3 judges did have Nurmagomedov up 2-0. But the most important number for you, all 3 judges gave Wallace Willie rounds 3, 4, and 5. And don't separate this man from consciousness, or those last rounds, they really are. Yeah, it felt like it was 3, 4, 5 former rounds. Yeah.
Now we got Moicano versus Islam.
Should not matter, but at times it does. And honestly, we thought he were bad in the line. He will fight through just about anything to get in the ring. That's exactly what he did tonight. Got knocked out and choke him unconscious. Was not his fate tonight. Rothwell is still the man at 135 pounds. Mel Gibson, Nate Margazzi here tonight at UFC 311. Also, I mean, is there a closer talent on the planet? Looking good and white tonight. And Sugar Sean O'Malley, the former UFC bantamweight champion. Perhaps the high-level nature of that fight, not a great result for that man as we think about what might be next at 35. Fight training championship main event, Russell Makhachev, standard upon which all lightweights, if not all fighters, are judged. It's one force to say fight in a number of different ways, all serving to melt into the top of the pound for pound. Tonight, he faces a man he's not prepared for. He's matter of fact, financially motivated, and also Moicano. It feels as though his career has methodically built to this seminal moment. 4 straight wins against a brutal schedule and positioned him for this sacred destiny. Now, we'll see if he can deliver. Our UFC 311 main event for the lightweight title. Coming up next in LA.
Valentine's Day is filled with the unexpected. Sorry about that. Anybody else? I could, Mark.
I did not expect that. Saudi Arabia to be the first of many visits from the biggest stars.
Crazy fight. One more. Moicano. I hope he pulls off the upset, to be honest with you. Huh. Ooh. I would not mind a Moicano knockout.
Official UFC 311 winning show. Matchup for the title, Renato who's been on the tear, and currently holds the longest active win streak among all fighters in the top 10 of the lightweight division. He's won 4 in a row, with 3 of them coming by finish. The guy is an absolute savage, and every fight he's in is there for. Fighting for the title, chance to prove myself against the best. So I will be ready. Being an underdog for me is okay. I have been in this position many times, and I don't care. A real fighter is a fighter when everybody's counting him out. You know,
Get out of there.
get there, it's enough for you, and you keep pushing, and eventually you're gonna make it. Oh, there's trouble. I feel bad in there. I feel my mind is in the right place. Everybody was talking about it was something new, but guess what? It's gonna stop and I think, money was coming to me tonight. Talk too much, but after the train, and never talk about it. But it's for Makhachev to win. It's another finish in the first round. It's going to be a war. It's tough, but I don't give up. I will stand my ground and I'll finish the fight. Moicano is getting the W against all the odds. Doesn't matter who is the opponent. I will finish him. Like people understand my level.
I'm Money Moicano. Walking out right now. I can't see Islam playing around here, being stupid. He's probably going to try to take this fight right to the ground.
His shoes and recognize one insane opportunity. He's getting ready to fight Benito Dariush. He's preparing for a three-rounder, and then all of a sudden he gets the chance to fight the best pound-for-pound fighter on earth. And he couldn't have a better time in his career. He's on such a winning streak. He was so spectacular, particularly in the Benoit Saint-Denis fight, his last fight, just absolutely dominated. Went through a lot of difficulty in the James Turner fight, but emerged from that victorious as well. A lot of worry in the trading scene, but that's what Moicano is not having. All he has had is about 36 hours wrapped playing around the idea that he's fighting that guy that's the world champ. That's it. He believes in his skill set. He believes in his ability. And he believes that he can be a world champion. But I'm telling you, man, a guy that plays the house money is a very dangerous guy. And tonight, I believe that Renato Moicano is very, very dangerous. The insights are brought to you by UFC Insights Engine, built with IBM Watson X. Renato Moicano has realized a 514% increase in ground control time during this current 4-fight win streak. We'll see how that potential initiative goes tonight, of course, against Islam Makhachev. But perhaps one thing that could work to his advantage. You see Marcos Stamata right there on the apron of the octagon. He was to be in the corner of Rahman Sarukian. He has been preparing for the great Makhachev.
He does have a lot of heart. He could pull this off. It all depends on which Islam we get. If we get crotch sniffer Islam, then it's going to be a tough night for Moicano. If we get him that wants to exchange, if we get the one that fought Poirier, Moicano has a very good chance. All the pressure right now is on Islam. Marab won 3-2. One judge had it 4-1. Close fight, close rounds, but Marab outworked him. Umar probably won the first round and then really hit a wall. He landed some good striking, but Marab was just in his face, outworking him. Took him down a bunch of times. Right now, we got Islam in the cage. Bruce Buffer is going to do his little intro. So we're a few minutes away from the main event. Renato Moicano looking to pull off the upset against Islam. We already had one dog pull off an upset in the co-main event. There have been a few underdogs that have won on this card. I'm definitely pulling for Moicano in this fight. The one thing that's glaring to me in this fight is I'm sure, especially because Moicano used to make 145, there's never going to be any realm where Islam was making 145. So Islam's definitely a solid 10, 15 pounds at least bigger than Moicano. And that's at the minimum. Probably more. You know, you look at Moicano, he's never all cut up. Looks a little soft usually when he gets in there, where Islam is yoked. No fat on him. Always has a lot of definition. Way more muscular, vascular. But Islam's getting to that point where guys usually do slip up. Usman, Anderson Silva, I think he's third right behind them with the longest win streaks. Oh, man, they were doing so fucking good. I was just reading on Twitter, a lot of people have actually had a lot of issues tonight with ESPN. ESPN's been on that bullshit. Like, how old is Islam now? $33. He's close to that 35-year-old, that age of 35 where you no longer win championship fights. No glove touch, just a little head nod from both guys. Moicano looks game. He's definitely got the poker face going right now. He don't give a fuck. He wants his money. And here we go, round one. Nice low kick right off the bat from Moicano. Moicano's coming out orthodox. I feel like Moicano was a southpaw, wasn't he? Nope, they're swinging. Another low kick from Moicano. Both guys, nobody's landing nothing significant. Couple swings and miss by both. Couple low kicks landed for Moicano. Islam misses with a head kick. Get the fuck out of here, Herb Dean. Herb Dean jumping in to warn Moicano about his fingers right as this action started to pick up. Another little low kick checked by Islam. Nice body kick landed for Islam. Blocked head kick for Islam threw it. Moicano blocked it. Swing and a miss on a low kick from Moicano. Ooh, nice left hand landed for Islam. Islam striking with him. He's giving him a chance. You know, I feel like Islam could crotch sniff his way to a victory in this fight. Oh! Moicano just dropped him. It looked like a left hook. Islam popped right back up, though. Nice body kick from Moicano. Oh, and there he is. Islam in on a takedown. Moicano's trying to sprawl, but Islam's got him down. Yeah, the window closed on that. We got Islam on top in half guard. Moicano trying to land some punches from the bottom. Oh, so they're saying it was a slip, not a knockdown. It looked like he glanced him a little bit. He was definitely punching at the moment. Hopefully they show a replay of that in between rounds. Crowd's booing what Islam's trying to do. Trying to blanket Moicano, land some short shots. Moicano's trying to create space. And he kicks him off, trying to get back to his feet. He's in a front headlock, and Islam's got a darce. That's tight, and that's it. Terrible. I felt like Moicano tapped a little quick there. He should have started freaking out, trying to scramble. You know, no fucking effort to defend that submission there.
bit like, man, you can see that sense of relief after. Like this is, yeah. I just don't know how many champions would have done what Islam did. Yeah. Good left
Nice left hand landed for Islam.
almost landed the right hand. Shoot that double leg. Gets his hands locked. Look at him get to the corner. Drive. And look at him attack the neck and then running back over to the opposite side. It's chain wrestling. Very often he's got it. And then Makhachev turned down to his knees.
Great night of fights, though. Very anticlimactic main event.
It's amazing to watch, and there's the reaction from the corner of Renato, Javier Menace, Makhachev. I mean, this scene is just incredible. And after Makhachev submits an offer Moicano, is coaching in the corner, right? These guys never rest on their laurels. Hardest workers in the room. And another title defense to show for it for Islam Makhachev, the best in the world.
Great night of fights, though. I was thoroughly entertained.
His next fight, he'll have a chance to tie in this next All right, one final time to hear this response. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb 4 minutes, 5 seconds of the very first round. To find the winner by submission due to a dark show and
You know, now seeing it, I feel like Benil Dariush would have gave him a better fight. That was fucking terrible. I wish they would have shown the slip so you could see what it really was. Like, that was your chance, Moicano. You can't quick tap like that. You needed to fucking at least try to defend that, Darce. He literally tapped immediately. Who's left? Just Arman? Who else is there? Just Arman. Let's see. Oh, I guess the Oliveira rematch. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Umar was saying. There might have been a language barrier there, but I don't know what he was thinking. I thought it looked like his body language, he knew he lost. But then I guess, yeah, he was saying some weird shit. But I think, English is his, like, third language. Great night of fights, though. I was thoroughly entertained by this main card. Even though a lot of people were calling because of the way they fight, that Umar Merab fight, a snooze fest. I've seen a lot of comments of that, but I was thoroughly entertained by that fight. This fight was actually the least entertaining fight of the night. Anticlimactic. You kind of knew the levels between them and the grappling was just so different that the moment that it hit the floor, Moicano didn't have much. Yeah, he looked like he knew he lost. Whereas Merab, for such a close fight, seemed so confident that he won. Can't stop yawning. They got me. I mean, then I don't know if they're lying or they probably do. I feel like a lot of fighters get hurt in the fight. Adesanya Imavov, Cannonier versus Rodriguez, and Cejudo versus Song Yadong. Some entertaining fights coming up. Man, Jamal Hill, though. I would have cleaned up tonight. Jamal Hill's the only thing that didn't hit on my parlays. I had the Renner, Jamal Hill, and Merab. Bunch of different ways with a bunch of other little sprinkles, and the only thing that didn't hit for me was Jamal Hill. That son of a bitch, Jerry. Yeah, I think some probably have lied. I think the ego of a fighter at this level is so high that they have to find some type of excuse or some blame for why they lost. Yeah, I think he had x-rays that proved his hand was broken. I think he had to get surgery and get like pins in his hand. Pettis used to get hurt a lot. Remember what was the other one? Remember Pettis had the one fight where he hurt his rib as well? But yeah, it's got to come down to how many more fights does Islam have at 155, and how many more opponents are there really for him? It's just Oliveira and Arman are the only ones left. Yeah, Merab's definitely a machine. His cardio is ridiculous. I called that fight to a T. I kind of figured that's how it would go if Umar didn't knock Merab out early. It was going to be Umar starting fast, but then that pace is you're going to fold under that pace of Merab. Especially that style, like people see Merab just take someone down and kind of let them up, and they're like, what the fuck is he doing? You know how exhausting it is to stand up? Just to stand up after you've gotten taken down. And to have to do that over and over again and defend takedowns, it's fucking exhausting. I think that's the fight that they could do. That would be huge, Elia versus Islam. That fight would be a huge international fight. I think it'd be huge in America. And I think Elia's live in that fight. Elia can grapple. I know Bilal said he won't fight Islam, but I've never heard Islam say he won't fight Bilal. I like Bilal, but how much longer do we think Bilal is going to be champion? Bilal is, so where Islam, you're like, oh, it's got to be the perfect storm and the right guy to beat him. Bilal could be anybody, I think. Any given night, he might lose that belt. I don't think he's going to be a dominant champion. Yeah, Elia's really good. Never thought that we'd see anyone do that to Volk or Max Holloway, let alone back-to-back fights. You know, Oliveira's there still, and Arman. Anyone else? It's like Gamrot, not up there yet. Gaethje coming off a knockout loss. Not much for him left at lightweight. So I definitely think him moving up to 170 is feasible. Moicano, he just beat. I mean, Dan Hooker's fighting Justin Gaethje March 8th. I didn't see that. That's a good fight. I mean, if Dan Hooker knocks out Justin Gaethje, but there's no realm where Dan Hooker survives on the ground versus Islam. He already got fucked up by Islam, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he got Kamored in 2 minutes by Islam. Dariush at one point could have been in the mix, but now he has 2 losses in a row. Damn, Paddy Pimblett. There's no fucking way Paddy Pimblett can hang with him on the ground. And I think Paddy Pimblett's showing that he's pretty good, better than a lot of people thought he was, but I don't think he has anything for Islam. And arguably, he's still a fight or 2 away. So yeah, Arman or Oliveira, that's it. Islam's kind of cleaned out the division. I don't think he has work to do. They gave Conor a 150. Granted, he was a bigger star. They gave him a 155-pound title shot after one win in the featherweight championship fight. I mean, he had the interim title from Mendez, but I could see them letting Ilya move up. Ilya is a superstar, like an international superstar for them. Like if you look at even Ilya, something crazy. He's got a lot of Instagram followers. I'm pretty sure his pay-per-views don't do too bad. I didn't know Joe Rogan does nicotine. I think Joe Rogan does a lot of shit. Pretty much like if you put it in front of Joe Rogan and can make a case for it, he'll probably try it. No, I don't think it's nicotine. I think it's the neurogum, if anything. Where do you see nicotine? Is it in that circular pouch? I think that's neurogum. But I mean, yeah, if they announced, well, I know Ilya's fighting Volkanovski. If he beats Volkanovski in the rematch and they announced Islam versus Ilya, I wouldn't be mad at that. You know, because then I saw a lot of people too be like, "Oh, he has to fight Diego Lopez." Diego Lopez has losses at 145. He's not like he's overwhelmingly a title contender and deserves a title shot. Neurogum is some gum that I've actually seen. Joe Rogan is the one who I think like put it on the map. It's like a nootropic gum that helps with your brain clarity, helps your brain work a little bit snappier. It's a nootropic. Keeps your senses sharp. Helps keep away brain fog. Helps with a bunch of shit. It's definitely worth a Google. I'm not too read up on it, but I've heard things of it, and I've seen commercials of it, and I've heard Joe Rogan talk about it before in interviews. Right now, they're talking about like they're gonna make Umar versus Merab again. Fuck that. I'm good on that fight. I don't need to see them fight again. I'll take. Oh, well, even him. I mean, it might have to be Umar, because what's he going to do? Rematch O'Malley? Could rematch Peter Yan, who's won 2 fights in a row. Mario Batista had that snoozer against Aldo, so he's a little bit further back. Marcus McGee's a few wins away. So, yeah, there's not much from Merab either. Figueiredo was on the verge of a title shot, but he just lost to Peter Yan. I like Anik because if you ever listen to the Florian Anik podcast, he seems like he's a pretty cool dude. And then he curses a lot, so that's why I like him. He has like a fucking sailor's mouth. And he seems like he keeps it real. He has a little bit of an announcer voice, like where seems like he's faking his voice a little bit, but then whenever you hear him talk otherwise, that's his voice. Like those are my least favorite commentators, the ones who kind of like change their voice. And here we go, right now we have, and here he goes. Like, what's that one guy? He changes his voice a little bit. He's a UFC commentator. He's a fucking doofy white dude. Brandon something. I forget his name, but that dude irritates me a little bit with that. And I see a lot of commentators. That's what they do. They kind of change their voice. I don't feel like John Anik does. He seems very professional. Yeah, I like Anik. I got no beef with Anik. I like Anik's brother too. I know Anik's brother. I don't know if they still do it, but he was doing a show with Bilal. And yeah, Ray Longo's great. I love Ray Longo. Ray Longo is a ball breaker every time I see him. Like, so we used to do, me and Dennis Bermudez used to do Menace and the Man. We fell off now. I still go live on the channel, some because we have a following and I like doing it. But one time Ray Longo was like, I said something to Ray, like I broke Ray's balls a little bit, and Ray was like, oh, here we go. Menace and the douchebag. And he kept fucking with me. Yeah, remember the show. Very good show. I enjoy it. I like Bilal. I don't get why or how. I actually do get it. I could see why. But Bilal catches a lot more flack than I think he should. I like Bilal. I've always had good interactions with Bilal. We have a lot of mutual friends. I've gotten to see a little bit more of the personality that I don't think people see of Bilal. Like we used to have him on the show a lot before he was, moved his ways up the ranks. Him and Jared Gordon used to live together. He's funny, Bilal. Can't stand Anthony Smith, though. Not an Anthony Smith fan at all. What's his face is cool. Well, who's the guy on the left right now? My brain is drawing a blank. He's the ESPN. Oh, what the fuck is that guy's name? My brain is just drawing a blank right now. But I know him in passing. I usually talk to him when I see him. He's a good dude as well. I can't remember his name, though. The black-haired guy. Man, what the fuck? My brain. I need that nootropic gum. What is that guy's name? No, it's not. Oh, Brett Okamoto. Yeah, I like Brett Okamoto. He's a good dude.
This kind of weird energy and this weird magical thing that's been happening with Moicano. Sometimes that can be a real tangible thing that he can kind of carry it in like a super.
The one funny thing that I will say I like about Anthony Smith, or at least I like the memes where people were making fun of him, is when he was fighting, I think, Johnny Walker, and he started having like flashbacks of when the guy broke in his house. And he was like, you trying to fuck with my family? You trying to break in my house? And Anthony, what's his name? Johnny Walker was like, what the fuck? Like, stopped fighting for a second and was like, what the fuck you talking about? And he was like, my house, my family. You trying to come in my house? But yeah, he shot Anthony Smith. He's definitely no Uncle Chael. But yeah, so now he just tied Usman, the longest UFC win streak, which is bullshit. It's Anderson at 16, Islam at 15, Usman at 15. But the reality is it's fucking John Jones with whatever he has. Uncle Chael is so good at what he does, though. Like all those videos he makes, all those little clips he puts out, they're all one take. Like he just can hit record or play whatever, hit record and just go, and it winds up being good content. Where I feel like you kind of get like, so when they put the camera on Anthony Smith and he starts rambling, you're kind of sometimes like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Where Uncle Chael's usually coming out with some funny shit, some good shit, some analytical shit, some good insight.
Now you've accepted and now you're okay with what you have to go do with this individual person.
See, perfect example. Right now, they have fucking Anthony Smith just talking. Chael and Brett Okamoto are both looking at him like, and even Chael was always like the fifth best guy in the room for the longest time at Team Quest. And at one point, Team Quest, they had Randy Couture, who was the champion. They always had guys circling in and out. All the best guys in the UFC and in MMA at that point would come and train with them. Always in and out. And he was just the guy in the room, like the fly on the wall. And it was Matt Lindland was, I think, 2 in the world. Evan Tanner at one point was champion. And Chael was their training partner. And he was always like Randy Couture's understudy when Randy was at the height of his career. He's been around very high-level MMA his whole career. And then, yeah, see, he's now talking about how Islam talks about 170. He doesn't call out Bilal, but he talks about 170. It's like, all right, so you would fight Bilal. But then I've heard Bilal say, I don't want to fight Islam. But I don't think that goes both ways. I think someone would have to get in Islam's ear and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Probably Ali or someone, like, we don't want you to fight Bilal. Or actually, no, Ali would do that fight because he makes money both ways. And I've heard that Islam got the better of Bilal in training. I have heard that through the grapevine. Islam has a little bit of that Khabib aura, where there's not a lot of people that can talk about how they got the better of him in practice. It's usually Islam got the better of them in practice. It's like, God damn it, why are you letting Anthony Smith talk again?
We can see the talk over it, but is it going to look a lot like Moicano just looked? Because their styles are very, very similar. I think that...
Absolutely not. Charles Oliveira is levels above Moicano on the ground. And I definitely think that even though he got hurt, they should definitely try to run back Arman versus Islam. You know, they can easily just a couple months from now have that headline of pay-per-view. It's starting to look like that, like Islam might be the GOAT at lightweight. He definitely has a better resume than Khabib.
He seemed a little bit to be subdued in the octagon. Our own Megan O'Leary caught up with the backstage to find out.
Like, what is he at now?
Thank you so much, guys. Champ, you don't even seem like you're in any sort of fight at all.
Let me see.
I want to talk about before you even got to the fight. What was it like for you last night? You know, I talked to some of your team. They said you were going to go back and watch footage of Moicano. You were going to do a little bit of game plan.
I mean, Khabib beat Poirier as well, and Moicano. Now that I'm looking at it, no. I spoke too soon. The 2 wins over Volkanovski, a win over Poirier, a win over Moicano, and a win over Charles Oliveira. So he's basically beat Granted, I guess maybe lightweight's not that deep right now. He keeps beating 145ers that have moved up to 155.
Listen, well, you did. It turned out to be successful. First minute or two, there was some striking.
And he beat Dan Hooker, another 145er that moved up. And I've heard a lot of people talk about it, is how he's kind of a weight bully. Like, he's huge for the weight class. Compared to these other guys, like, there's no realm where Islam's ever making 145. So he's fighting guys that he's a lot bigger than. Yeah, but Anthony Taylor kind of sucks. It's not something where I saw a lot of people in comments on videos of it saying, Anthony, get Darren Till back to the UFC. Do they not remember what Darren Till looked like his last couple UFC fights? Like, I remember after a couple of his last fights, they were putting the grappling dummy and putting Darren Till's face on the grappling dummy and saying that was Darren Till's ground game, and it's not far off. Like, even, I think Darren Till was an overachiever. I don't know how he beat Wonder Boy or how he got to a title shot when his grappling was so fucking terrible. Like, people just weren't hip to it. But then once he got exposed, it's like, oh, this is all I got to do. But I did hear it was impressive. But even Anthony Taylor, like, Darren Till's never making 155. He's never making 145. That's where Anthony Taylor fought. So that was just a mismatch in what I would call Misfits is actually a shitty boxing promotion. You know, they're not making legit fights there for the most part. They're making fucking whatever spectacle fights they can throw together. They should have tried to keep Darren Till versus Tommy Fury. That would have been a better matchup than Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor was way too small for Darren Till. I was seeing reports that Anthony Taylor collapsed after the fight. But then I also saw a video where he was up on his feet and they were talking after the fight, so maybe it wasn't as bad as initial reports made it out to be. But never good when a fighter collapses after a fight. The worst is that they banned TikTok, and that's usually where I go, is TikTok. Definitely B tier fighter, maybe C tier fighter. He's not that good. He's good for what he is, a reality TV star. But, you know, B-list fighter, C-list, D-list celebrity. He's definitely good for that. Apparently, Monday, shit's going to be crazy for Trump's inauguration, is what I'm reading. Some reports saying that it's kind of canceled, that they're not going to have it outside, they're going to have it inside because they can't control all the crowd. They're afraid he's going to get assassinated. Crazy shit. They're going to have helicopters overhead with snipers. Crazy times we live in. I would love to see the world come together in peace. And people stop being so fucking stupid. No, Volk's not overrated. Volk's pretty good. I think that the Volk fell off moving up to lightweight. And then taking that, he lost a lot of his aura and his chin, if you will, moving up to lightweight that second time on short notice. Because that's, even that, the UFC kind of fucked him. After he gave Islam that tough fight the first time, they should have been like, let's run this back, full training camp. And all they offered him was that short notice that he felt he had to take because he wasn't going to get the fight otherwise, which is kind of bullshit. Considering the first fight was so competitive and entertaining, they kind of did him dirty. But if he loses to, what's his name? Ilya again, he's definitely done. I mean, he didn't beat up a washed Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo then won fights, moved down and started winning fights at 35. Jose Aldo was in title contention until he lost to Batista. Like, if he would have beat Batista, there'd be another contender at 135 from Marab. I agree with Korean Zombie though, but Max is pretty good. And who's Brain? Oh, Brian Ortega. Yeah. Brian Ortega's hit or miss. Some nights he's a world beater. Some nights he's fucking terrible. But Volk's solid. Volk had a very lengthy win streak. He beat some good fighters. He was definitely deserving of a high pound for pound ranking. But one of the worst things I see is that they always talk about it and they always put Islam at #1 pound for pound. It's like, what the fuck? What about John Jones? Again, not Volk, what's his name? Islam is a weight bully. He's a big fucking lightweight. He kills himself to make 155, and he's beaten all guys who used to fight at featherweight. So he's definitely bigger than these guys. There's no realm where he ever made or could have made 145. So he's definitely 10, 15 pounds bigger than all these guys. I think Islam would be a great candidate for them to make a 165-pound division. Scrap 170, make it 175. Add a couple more weight classes. Nah, I think Volk deserves pound for pound. He had a good run at featherweight, moved up to 155, gave Islam a tough fight. He lost so much with that head kick knockout, though. That's the problem. And then I think he came back too soon versus Ilya. And then we found out how good Ilya is with that fight and the Max fight. But yeah, I can't hate on Volk. Volk's a good dude. He always gave me time when I asked to do interviews and talk to him and bullshit. And then when I met him, he was cool. A lot of his team is cool, all good people. I can't hate on any of them. But great night of fights. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Usually when I do these live streams, I would watch the post-fight presser and kind of commentate that too, but I don't know if I got it in me tonight. I'm a little exhausted. Long day. Very long day. But yeah. Great night of fights. They banned TikTok on me today. Those sons of bitches. TikTok was my app where I went, like right now, I would open TikTok and now they fucking completely closed it on me. So I gotta go to Twitter, where Twitter is fucking crazy. Twitter's toxic. There's so many trolls on Twitter. It's a hard knock life for people that were addicted to TikTok. So Umar broke his hand after round 1. Ali Abdelaziz just shared a picture. His hand looks broken. I don't think he was winning that fight with a good hand, though. Yeah, Twitter's wild sometimes. My Twitter feed, I usually go to Twitter just to watch some street fights. Oh, yeah, they definitely gave him at least $500K to take that fight. I'm seeing Bilal Muhammad posted Umar 3-2, so he thought Umar won. I just saw one thing. It said Merab destroyed the legacy. The Nagomedov family was 60-0 until that loss. And that's between Umar, Usman, and Khabib. They were 60-0 between Bellator and UFC. And now they have one loss to a little Georgian guy named Merab. Crazy. Did you guys see the video I don't even know who the fuck the guy was. Apparently a troll. But what's his name's catching a lot of backlash. Paddy Pimblett. Apparently he met up with a troll and they did an MMA fight and Paddy Pimblett caught him in a rear naked choke and the guy tapped and Paddy Pimblett wouldn't let it go. So now people are shitting on Paddy Pimblett saying like, oh, you gotta let it go. Bro, if you show up to fight me, I'm putting you to sleep. I am not respecting your tap in a street fight. I'm putting you to sleep. You can tap all you want. I'm putting you to sleep or I'm breaking your fucking arm or whatever it is. Definitely not respecting your tap in a street fight. In a sanctioned event or in training, all day. Thank you for tapping. But if you like dojo storm or you try to come fucking fight someone in the street, you should get your shit broken or put to sleep. That's just my take. But I'm seeing that now all over my Twitter feed. People saying how Paddy Pimblett's a piece of shit. He hit someone he had beef with on Instagram, and then he wouldn't let go of the submission that he caught the guy in. I mean, they gave Marab versus Nurmagomedov fight of the night. I actually think Jamal Hill versus Jiri could have been fight of the night. Hopefully they all got bonuses. Man, so crazy that they just fucking closed TikTok like that. Get out of there, Joe. But great night of fights. Again, just needed Jamal Hill. Jamal Hill sold me. Would have had some nice W's on my parlays if it wasn't for Jamal Hill. Or if my brain would have worked better to keep fucking Jamal Hill off of them. I kind of knew Khabib was going to win. I knew DeRinner was going to win. I was very confident in both of those picks. I was actually, you know what? I was confident in Jamal Hill. He should have won that fight. Just couldn't get out of the way of that switch stance, step in left hand. Got hit with it like fucking 6 times. And it was definitely weird. It was definitely something I don't think I've seen Jiri do too much. He was throwing it from like a weird switch stance, weird angle. But now for him, he's kind of in Fucksville. Jamal Hill. What about Chandler Jones? What did he do? I haven't seen any news on him. I don't know if he's in the news for something. I feel like Talbot got a little bit exposed tonight. Definitely wasn't ready for the upper echelon. I don't know how Eileen Perez keeps winning fights. Women's MMA in general is fucking terrible, but most of them are not very good. Oh yeah, he's definitely crazy. Wasn't he like, didn't he, like the cops come to his house and he answered the door naked or some shit and he was talking all reckless? He definitely has some CTE. Football's a rough sport. Yeah, I remember seeing that a while back, that he was talking crazy and he was all fucked up. I wouldn't be surprised if John has some CTE as well. You know, he's been doing this for a while. On top of growing up with 2 brothers, they probably used to fight all the time. I'm sure he had CTE, a little bit of CTE before he even started fighting. Glad Kevin Holland lost. Fuck Kevin Holland. So one stat I saw from Aaron Bronstetter, all 4 fighters who entered tonight's card undefeated suffered losses. A $100 parlay of all their opponents would have won $21,000. Yeah, like that dude Nakamura. I don't know why he was such a big fucking favorite. He was like a minus 700 favorite, something crazy. Did Chris Weidman retire? I'm seeing he posted the tribute that UFC created for my retirement on the weigh-in show completely blew me away. I'm grateful for what they put together to honor me in my career. I didn't see any word on that. Oh, so yeah, I guess Chris Weidman retired. Would have liked to have seen him put his gloves on the mat, but yeah, UFC's probably safer than football, which is crazy to say. Yeah, you probably do. Everyone's different. It can only take like 1 or 2 good hits to actually cause some damage, which is crazy. But then also, if you've had repeated hits to the head, cause I've even heard it's crazy. I've heard like the lightest things too can cause CTE, like slaps or tiny bumps on your head, tiny little hits of your head. I think there's still a lot unknown about CTE, which is actually scary. I'd imagine I have some CTE. I've been punched in the head a lot my whole life. But you just keep on trucking. You don't know. Right now, the only studies they have are when you die. Yeah, I think even that, like surfing, a wave hitting your head can give you a little rattle. Definitely snowboarding, falling, and then I've seen people fucking die from hitting trees and shit. Sonny Bono comes to mind. And I've heard of other people that have had traumatic brain injuries from like colliding with people on mountains and shit while skiing or snowboarding. But yeah, your brain is just sensitive. Yep, just got to keep on trucking. But yeah, let me see my next fights because I usually would go live on YouTube and TikTok. Now it's looking like just YouTube for now. They fucking banned TikTok. Those pieces of shit. Or I'm going to grab my camera, I'm going to grab my bullhorn, and I'm going to go to fucking Capitol Hill and start trolling politicians. Yeah, definitely. A lot of things can happen in jiu-jitsu where you get hit in the head. And like I was saying, I think I've heard studies or seen studies that the slightest hits or bumps on the head can fuck you up and give you some CTE. There's so much unknown about CTE right now that obviously hard hits and concussions give it to you. But then I think studies show that because like think of jiu-jitsu or football or surfing or anything, the average person's not getting hit in the head that much. Versus the people that are getting bumped around and race car drivers and shit like that, the slightest little bumps are causing some type of damage, I'm sure. It adds up. That's why you got to get some neurogum. Heard it helps with brain function. I've actually heard too that there are some studies that say creatine can help with CTE and help like regenerate brain tissue or function or some shit. But I've heard that creatine's actually good for CTE and helping with brain function. But yeah, I've seen the neurogum. I'm not opposed to trying some neurogum. I've seen a few people that use it and swear by it. So can't be opposed to it. Always got to be open to new things and trying shit before you form an opinion on it. That's actually been a philosophy of my life, if you will. Can't really knock something till you try it. You can kind of form a half-assed opinion on things, but until you actually try something, you don't have a real ground to stand on. So, but I appreciate you, Jay Slice. I'll definitely be I've been itching to just start making more content, but I've been slacking, I got to admit. But hopefully one of these days I'm going to start putting more stuff up. I've just been right now consistent with going live when the fights are on, but I want to start actually uploading more videos and making more content and start getting back to doing interviews. Of course, I've tried psychedelics. I used to eat shrooms like they were fucking Skittles. I used to eat shrooms and just hang out with friends or eat shrooms and go to like festivals or raves. Used to have a great time on shrooms. And then I've actually heard that there's really good studies and research that shows that even microdosing shrooms is very good for you. That you could fight depression with microdosing, you could fight hunger, you could fight so many things with microdosing mushrooms. That the studies are even untapped right now because they've just started the last few years, or they've probably been maybe even longer, but now like the last few years, the whole psychedelics and mushrooms have kind of become more socially acceptable. Some states have legalized it. I think that there's a lot of good benefits to mushrooms, health wise, brain wise, physical, every which way. Yeah, I actually would recommend people to do psychedelics. Obviously, not, you know, eat half ounces and quarters and have your fucking brain melt, but definitely, a couple of nuggets, some caps, some stems. Like when I would go to a rave, if you will, I'd eat like an eighth or 5 grams or something, but I'd be tripping fucking balls. And then I used to always eat some shrooms, and I would know how fucked up I was by, you're like out there, you're chilling. I would know how fucked up I was when I would look at my phone. And I used to look at my phone and I'd feel like I would start seeing the Matrix. And then I'd be like, all right, now I know how fucked up I am. I would look at my phone and start seeing like, think of the Matrix. If you've ever seen the movie The Matrix, I would be in the Matrix. And then I'd be like, yep, I'm here. I have now arrived. I used to eat shrooms all the time and go to space in Miami and trip out till like 6, 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, listening to techno music. It was a great time. One of my favorite times of my life, actually. Used to have a lot of fun. Never anything harder than that. Just weed, little marijuana, and some mushrooms. Used to have a lot of fun. And then if you get the right group with you, you get a good crowd, you eat some shrooms, you'll have some good laughs. But that's the one thing I always heard and always I know. You have to eat them with the right people. You can't eat them and be in a bad situation. You got to eat them and be around like people that are going to make you laugh and people that you're comfortable with. Otherwise, you get like anxiety and you could start tripping fucking balls and it not be good. But yeah, I'm seeing all these reports of like, I haven't seen any of it on the news, but they censor so much on the news. I'm looking on Twitter right now and I'm seeing that there's so many reports of, oh, so reports of like situations happening that might stop the inauguration on Monday. But then 47 minutes ago, Ilya Taporia tweeted, Islam, if you want to, I can finish you. If I want to, I can knock you out. I'll make it look easy. See you soon. So maybe that's a fight we see before the end of 2025. And even that show, they could definitely sell out a soccer stadium with that fight. That fight's huge. Islam's got millions of followers, very big following. He's got the Khabib backing. And then Ilia Topuria is turning into like an international superstar because he has like the soccer following. But yeah, that's definitely the fight I would like to see as well. Yeah, you definitely get like a sixth and seventh sense on psychedelics. What is ego death? I'm not sure what ego death is. I can kind of gauge what it is, but I'm not sure if there's like a different understanding of it than I'm thinking. But yeah, you can definitely get a little trippy and go a little crazy on some shrooms. So even I had one point where I was like, I'm Buddhist now. I'm a Buddhist, and I started reading about Buddhism, and I was like, I fucking align with this shit. Because one night when I was at Space, so Space would have all these statues, this nightclub in Miami, and one night I was like, I ate too much, and I was like tripping balls. And then right when I was like tripping balls and like at my point where I was like, oh my God, I'm fucked up. Like I can't even deal with this. I turned and there was a little gold Buddha statue and it had two hands like this. And I just I like grabbed the hand of one of them and it like calmed me. And then I like looked at the Buddha statue and it almost started like talking to me and telling me like, oh, an out of body experience. Yeah. So I have like an out of body experience, if you will, where I had my hand on this Buddha statue, holding this Buddha statue's hand, and I felt like it started talking to me. And then I read about Buddhism, and Buddhism is that there is no God, that we're all just supposed to act our best and act like we're all trying to get to the same place and treat each other good and like everything I started reading about Buddhism, I kind of resonated with, and I was like, I agree with that. You know, I'm not sure if there are gods or whatnot. I do kind of believe in Jesus though too, but I had to like go through Buddhism a little bit to figure out some things. But then yeah, so you're like you're supposed to act kind to people and do good deeds and kind of just let me see. I forget like the simplest way to explain it. But yes, the core belief of Buddhism is to reach nirvana and a state of being free from suffering and the cycle of rebirth. And so the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism, the core teachings of Buddha's first sermon is suffering, which is life is suffering. The origin of suffering is suffering comes from desire. Cessation of suffering, it is possible to stop suffering and achieve enlightenment. And then the path to cessation of suffering is the Noble Eightfold Path. So you're basically supposed to like, so even karma, a person's actions in the present and past lives impact their future. You're just supposed to be a good person. And that's basically what's going to get you nirvana, is doing good deeds and always trying your best. And I believe in Jesus, but I'm a Catholic, but at the same time, you know, I've never seen craziness. So I always wonder if it's an imaginary man in the sky or if it's real. You never know. I've never had that moment yet. You know, knock on wood, I don't need it tonight, but I have had a moment with Buddhism, but I was also heavily under the influence of psychedelics. And then reading about it, I totally vibed with most of, or if not all of the the points of Buddhism. So, and then yeah, when I was tripping balls, he brought me down. Buddha brought me down, and Buddha brought me back to reality, or at least put me like at a home. You know, I was going like this, and then Buddha got me like that. Nah, I'm not moving to San Francisco. San Francisco's a shithole. Nancy Pelosi, that bitch, and Kamala, they ruined the Golden State. Used to be such a nice place from everything I've seen. Now it's a slum for homeless people and gay men. Not that I have anything against gay men. I have gay family members, but, to each their own, but not for me. It's definitely some weird shit. But hey, whatever floats your boat. But I have heard, like, there's this one song by Dom Dalla. He's a techno artist, and that's what they say about how a lot of the hippie vibes that exist today all come from San Francisco and that time of life when a lot of like techno music and dance music comes from the old school hippiness of San Francisco and California. But now California turned into such a shithole, especially politically and ideal wise or ideology wise, whatever you want to call it. I feel like a lot of the problems we're seeing with America kind of started in California and started pushing their ways to the east and across the country. And then you get things like DEI, you get things like cross dressing and fucking men and women's sports and all types of bullshit. Yeah, like that's some of the craziest shit. Some of the shit you see. It was almost too much tolerance. Where like the East Coast or other parts of the country, it would be, all right, you're acting like a fucking idiot. I'm going to slap you across the face and smack some sense into you. Where California was like, no, you can't do that. You're racist and insensitive and a bigot, and you have to let this person be who they want to be. They want to be a cat. Like, who is it? Someone. Like craziness. I was talking about this with my barber today, how he's 29, but like the generation right beneath him, like younger 20s, are fucked. Like if you sit and have a conversation with some of them, like I remember one time I went out and I was doing street interviews years ago in Florida. And it was right around the time when, what the fuck's his name? The male swimmer, Leah Thomas, was competing in women's sports. And I asked people my age or older, what are their thoughts of a male who was 360 or 467 in the world, transitioning, and now they're the number one, they're the national champion in swimming. A year later, they were like, that's fucking terrible. That sounds insane to me. Then I asked 21-year-olds that, and they were like, well, what do you mean? They identify as a woman, so therefore they are a woman. Like, if they want to be a woman swimmer, they're a woman swimmer. And I was like, what are you talking about? They were like, what are you talking about? You sound like a bigot. And I was like, no, I sound like someone with common sense. Like, I'm not fucking crazy. I'm crazy because I think there's something wrong with that? No, you're crazy because you think that's okay. Like, I have family members, younger family members, that I think I have a girl cousin who is a trans man who dates a man who is a trans woman, and the trans woman identifies as a cat. It's real life. I think they're like 18 or 19. A woman identifies as a man and is trying to be a trans man, dates a man who identifies as a woman or is a woman and identifies as a cat. It's real. It's fucking insane. And that's one of my like little cousins is dating, in their eyes, in their way, a female cat, but it's actually a mentally ill man. So that shit started in California. You got to get out there with a bullhorn and start stopping this shit from spreading out to the east and spreading out throughout the country. Like, that's something that's scary to me, is like the mass exodus that happened in California. Like, I remember this past election, they were like, we're going to turn Texas blue. Why? Why are you going to go You guys ruined California with bullshit. Why are you going to go elsewhere and ruin that with bullshit and stupid fucking ideologies and stupid ideas? Just let people think for themselves without forcing shit on them. But yeah, crazy times. But yeah, I have a little cousin who is a trans woman, trans man, whatever you call it, dating a cat. Oh yeah, it started in the colleges and crazy mental case teachers pushing it on kids, which is fucking insane. Like if you're a teacher and you're influential on kids and you push bullshit like that on kids, you deserve to be fucked up. You deserve to be dragged out of the classroom and stomped the fuck out. Fucked up. That's just my opinion. That is just my opinion. That is just my Buddhist opinion. Let's see, what is that? Tonight, I watched the fights with my friends, old UFC fans, getting back into it recently. And Marab, Light looked bad to them at first, and then I was like, you just destroyed them with the takedowns. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they've ever been hit by the father, which is crazy because their father is a hardcore conservative, but his kids are libtard, fucking idiots. But yeah, great UFC fights tonight. I'm probably going to get banned from whatever I've said in this video on this stream talking about my cats, my cat family and my trans family members. And then it's funny too. I have other family members that are lesbians and they hate to be lumped in. So it used to be the LGBT community, then they added a T to it, then they added a fucking LGBT, and they added all these letters to it. Most of the gay people I know despise that. They're like, I just want to be gay. I don't want to be tied into with men and women's bathrooms and fucking insane people and all this crazy shit. It's hard enough being just regular gay, let alone, being a man, wearing a dress, having a dick, and going into the women's bathroom. Just because you're mentally fucking ill and retarded. So, crazy times. Hopefully, going back to my conversation with my barber, hopefully now starts the shift of back to common sense and away from my feelings and you can't say that. And like, if you don't like what I say, don't listen to it. I'm not going to listen to what you say that I don't like. I wish more people have that mentality, but no, they go like, oh no, I'm going to get a soapbox and I'm going to stand on it and I'm going to get you canceled and I'm going to report you. And a big part of it too, yeah, it started in California. It all started too with the social media, because now people see stupid shit that they can get involved with to get attention, because that's what it comes down to most of the time. Is most people just want attention. Yeah, I remember when gay men were chill. The good old days. Yeah. Now, more than likely, most of them, you fucking know, not only that they're gay, but that something's fucking wrong with them, that they're off mentally. And again, a lot of the gay people I know do not support anything to do with whatever's being added on. It used to be LGBTQ or LGB. It used to be LGB community. Lesbian, bi, gay. Then they keep adding on these letters. And the gay people that I've talked to, they're like, just come up with your own shit. Don't add it on to our shit to make us lumped in with this fucking insanity. Come up with your own shit. Most of them do, but then there's definitely some of the gay community that I've seen that are like, nope, I gotta stand up for this cause too. I gotta help the trans community, and I gotta help the cat community, and I gotta help the men in the women's bathrooms. There's definitely some crazy people that are like, I was oppressed for being gay, so I gotta help the cats that want to go into the girls' bathroom. Don't start with me, Joe. Come here. Don't start with me, Joe. Come on. But you're not going to see me identifying as a cat anytime soon. Nor will I ever be a gay. But again, to each their own. Just don't bring it into my life and tell me that I got to understand it and I got to play along. I'm not playing along with fucking stupid. So, but yeah, we definitely shifted hardcore off of the MMA chat. But I think they need to book Islam versus Arman as soon as possible. And then Ilya's fighting Volkanovski. If the stars align and Islam beats Arman, and because if Arman beats Islam, they kind of got to run that one back. But maybe they could line up. If Ilya beats Volkanovski again, they can line up Islam versus Ilya. I've heard Colorado's getting pretty crazy too. A lot of California shit going on there. I live in Colorado and there's types of butch lesbians that are trying to... Yeah, like that's the craziest fucking thing. The protect trans kids movement and shit like that. They're on the mentally ill team. That's what team they're on. Like this wasn't a thing. There was gay people and then maybe people that felt conflicted when I was a kid. Now it's like a fucking thing. And it's like, oh no, I need more attention. I'm not getting enough attention. I'm transitioning. And then you'll say it to somebody who's also a fucking idiot. And they'll be like, yes, I support you. You should stand on your ground here, and you should definitely go tell your parents you're transitioning. And like, I think California is the fucking lunatic state that they threaten to take kids away from their parents and help them transition and fucking bullshit like that. Wild fucking times. Wild times. Hopefully, again, we're shifting back away from all this and getting back into reality, common sense. People not being so fucking crazy. I'm doing all right. Trying to keeping on. I appreciate it. But yeah, I was just saying before, I've been slacking on content. I want to get more active and stay up on my shit, but I've at least been consistent with when there's a live fight, I'll go live with the fights. And just do this rant till 3 in the morning till I get canceled. Yeah, we got to bring back toxic masculinity. That's like we were talking about earlier. I don't mind Andrew Tate or what's his name? Jocko Willink or David Goggins. Sometimes a lot of people need that shit. Do I agree with everything they say? No. Do I know everything they say? No. But some of the shit I've seen on them, I'm all about it. Definitely need to bring back toxic masculinity. Yeah, I've been slacking. Sucks. I gotta get up on it. I gotta keep going. What happens to me is I get bogged down in editing. And once I get bogged down at all in editing, I kind of go fucking haywire where I'm like, you know what? It's too fucking annoying. And I'm also, when I start doing stuff like that, I get into like perfectionist mode and I drive myself insane. You know, it's art, if you will. At least I look at it as art, and most artists are fucking insane. So I slowly but surely start driving myself insane, and then I get to a point where I'm about to take a scissor and cut my fucking ear off, like Van Gogh or whoever did that. Not just threatened, they actually did from a guy, and it's truly says, yeah, the world's fucking shot right now. Hopefully everything changes. Hopefully they don't assassinate Trump. He comes in office, does what he said he was going to do, and the world, not just America, but the world starts shifting back to common sense and reality. And we get out of this make believe, protect the retards bullshit. And I'm not talking about special needs people. I'm talking about the retards, the fucking stupid people that are making you, you know, accept men going into women's bathrooms and shit. Like, I don't have any kids. I have a niece. If a guy tried to go in the bathroom with my niece and I'm there, I'm fucking that dude up. Absolutely no questions asked. And then I'm going to catch a hate crime for that. I'm going to catch a hate crime for beating up a guy for going in the little girl's room. That's the world we're living in right now. But hopefully we shift from it. Yeah, a lot of good people are insane. It's part of living. But yes, Ilya Taporia. I don't want him to beat Volk, but I kind of want him to beat Volk. You know, I don't. I hate that I said that, but I do want to see Islam versus Ilya, or even Ilya versus Arman. I like when guys move up in weight class. That always makes an entertaining fight for me. I don't like when they get it like they did to Volkanovski on a week's notice. I like when they have a camp. They have time to study the fight. They move up. They build up their body a little bit. That's when it's entertaining. And then you get like, do you remember how crazy that fight was? At least for me, I was so entertained by Volkanovski moving up to fight Islam. Like, I don't know if you guys remember way back in the day, BJ Penn moved up to fight Matt Hughes. I went fucking nuts when that fight happened. Like, watching that fight was insane to me. BJ Penn hit him with a right hand and then stuffed a takedown and had Matt Hughes on his back and then wound up landing a right hand. Matt Hughes tried to scramble up. BJ took his back and choked him out. That fight was fucking insane. But then the flip side of that coin, remember, BJ moved up again and fought GSP at UFC, I think 94, and got fucking demolished. Greasegate, the time they thought GSP was greasing, which he probably was. I think Jackson Wink has always been into some dirty shit. Especially when there's so much money, more money in winning. Even for their level, if GSP goes out there and wins and looks like he's the best fighter in the world, the gym memberships at Jackson Wink are going to fucking skyrocket, and they're going to put so much money in their pocket. You know, there's always like politics like that. Oh, yeah. I'll always remember it. Remember when BJ Penn was gone, and then he came back, and he fought GSP the first time. And he won the first round. The second round was close, but he lost, and he lost the third round. But I remember I had friends come to my house, and we watched that fight, and they didn't know who BJ Penn was. They watched UFC. They knew all the other guys. They didn't know who BJ Penn was. And BJ Penn walking out to the octagon to fight GSP was going nuts, like punching himself in the head and screaming and stuff. And I remember them all like looking at me, looking at BJ and being like, who is this guy? This guy's fucking great. Can this guy fight? Because if this guy can fight, he's like my new favorite fighter. And then the first round, he looked fucking great, and he was fucking GSP up. But then he gassed. But I just remember that walkout, it being so fucking hypeful. Like, you know, it just created such a buzz in my house that day that I was like, this is why I love fucking fighting. I don't even know what that shit means. Guru raid. I like the MMA Guru. That guy grew on me. He says some wild shit sometimes, but I like the MMA Guru. The worst is when you get stupid people that write dumb shit. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's fucking great. Thanks, MMA Guru. I appreciate it. Jamal Hill, that motherfucker cost me money tonight. I had nice parlays, but I fucked up and I kept picking Jamal Hill over Jiri. Great fight, though. Do you think they're going to sacrifice Umar? What do you mean? Like the Nurmagomedovs are going to out him because he's the one who fucked up their undefeated record? I don't know if Jerry improved as much as what's his name. The one thing he did improve was that step in left hand that he kept throwing. He fucked up. What's his name? With that step in left hand, dropped him a few times. Well, Rob had the perfect dosage for Umar tonight. You could say that. I think Umar did not have the cardio to fuck with Marab. I think Marab has that sixth fucking lung, third lung, whatever you would call it. Man, there is one thing I do see with MMA Guru. He's got some goofball fucking fans. He's got some MMA guys, some real MMA fans, but then he's also got some fucking goofies. Oh, that's great though. I love the MMA Guru. He goes fucking hard on a lot of shit though. That's a little bit tough to go hard about. How am I not a real MMA fan? You moron. Yeah, there's a lot of Guru fans. But, you know, that's MMA. Especially this new boom of MMA fans, like the since the ESPN Plus. A lot of goofies. Oh, I'm definitely sleep talking. I'm fucking shot. I've been up all evening. Well, my brain was drawing a blank there. He lost to Jiri. Got fucked up by Jiri. Do you guys think that was fight of the night? Or was Marab versus Umar fight of the night? Because I actually lean more towards Jiri and what's his name? And Jamal Hill. There's no such thing as new fans. Yep, no such thing as new fans. Yeah, Marab is tiny. I think Marab could make 125. Yeah, I definitely think Hill versus Jiri was fight of the night. I saw a lot of people saying that what's his name was boring. Marab versus Nurmagomedov was boring. Who did I shit talk? Yep, definitely boring. Well, what do we got? I don't know where you guys are from, but it's fucking 2:21 in the morning. What do you guys want to talk about? Give me a topic that you're all saying I'm boring. Smoke meth. I actually just started watching Breaking Bad. That shit's fucking funny. But nah, I'm good on meth. I'm good on coke. Northern California, Canada. Are you currently in the midst of wildfires? Where was there a headbutt? There was no fucking headbutt. I thought this was a dope card. I enjoyed the main card. I was happy DeRinner fucked up Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland's a douche. Mackenzie Dern. Have you guys seen Tracy Cortez lately? I actually got banned on TikTok for talking how fat Tracy Cortez got. And I like Tracy Cortez, but she needs to book a fight quick. She's looking large. See, those are the ones I'm talking about. Who's the best twink? What the fuck does that even mean? Headbutt round 3. I feel like Umar was slowing down at the end of round 1. He definitely had like a deer in headlights after that first round. Weren't they supposed to fight Hill versus Roundtree? I would lean towards Hill, but not the Hill we've seen in the last 2 fights. He's on a 2-fight losing streak. Bro, go look up Tracy Cortez. She got fucking large. She looks like she's about to fight Cyborg at featherweight. Peyton Talbot got exposed a little bit. What makes a good MMA fan? I don't know. Oh, that's great if he's still wearing his MMA gloves. I didn't watch the press conference. I was going to end the stream, but then I started talking to the couple people that were in here before. Normally, I would sit and watch the press conference, but I didn't do that. I look large. How large do I look? I have no opinion on Israel versus Palestine. If anything, I would lean more towards Palestine, simply because Bilal's from Palestine. I like Bilal. Who the fuck is MMA Joey? I was just saying before, I would like to see Islam fight Ilya. Or he should run it with Arman quick. Let Ilya fight Volkanovski, and if they both win, line that fight up. I do not think Peyton Talbot becomes UFC champion one day. I think grappling's the hardest skill set to overcome, and he definitely showed tonight that his grappling kind of sucks. I was talking to people about that before. DC was looking large. DC's got to go on a diet. What do we got? Goddamn Tracy looking like a double wide surprise. Tracy Cortez, a week out from the fight. Tracy Cortez cutting weight. She's smoking. Tracy Cortez, no fight booked, hanging out with fucking Neon. She looks like a fucking mess. She looks like you could find any one of them right down the street. Go to any bodega, any fucking Mexican restaurant, and you'll find a Tracy Cortez. They like him 100%, bro, he used to say. Me and Menace had a good show for a minute. Koldanovsky. See, that's the weird shit I'm talking about. Dana White or Joe Rogan vegetable oil. What does that mean? I don't want to see either one with any type of fucking oil on them. No, DC's getting bigger and bigger. What is a Boston dweller? Gaethje's fighting Dan Hooker next. I believe March 8th. That should be a good one. I think if Gaethje loses, done. Retires. No, I do not like little girls. I like women. This fool guy. Let's see the board behind you. What board? Strickland all day. I thought Strickland won the first fight. I do like DDP though. You ever see that one thing? That's where DDP won me over, where he was on a Australian show and they asked him who would win, him versus 100 fucking Alexa Grassos, and he was like, me. I would just be and he made it like he would start eating fucking vag. DDP won me over with that one. I don't know if I have a favorite fighter. It is not Ilia Topuria. He's up there though right now. I definitely enjoy watching him. I think he has shown that he's one of the best in the world. I do want to see him fight Islam. Tony's got fucking people inside of his walls. I think Arman should be next for Islam. I think they should still give Arman that fight. I saw a lot of people saying how he was a pussy and all his back problem and probably had a weight problem. I used to say people were pussies all the time if they had back problems or they complained about their back till I had a back problem. Then you understand it. If your back's fucked up, you totally understand someone saying that their back is fucked up. They might give it to Charles. But I don't think Charles has anything for Islam. Charles will get fucked up by Islam. So, I don't think Oliveira's got anything for him. We were looking at it before. There's nobody really for Islam to fight. He beat the few people that are around there. Gaethje's on a losing streak at the moment. If they give Volkanovski a training camp, I'd watch Islam versus Volk 3. They fucked him by not giving him a full training camp. They give some shitty fights sometimes, and they just shove shit down your throat, so I wouldn't be surprised if you get Charles versus Islam again. They were supposed to do it, and Charles got hurt. Does that say Alex versus Anik? Oh, Alex versus Ank. I thought you were saying Volkanovski versus John Anik. I mean, can you really pick against Volkanovski? I mean, Pereira right now? I feel like Pereira finds a way to win against Ankalaev. Well, they're going to do Justin Gaethje versus Dan Hooker, apparently, which is a pretty dope fight. Yes, I do think Cody Garbrandt versus Peyton Talbot's a good fight. But you're playing into Peyton Talbot at that point. Clearly, the guy's grappling sucks or is not at that level. Yes, Chama will probably win. I think that he finds a way to win right now. He's got that John Jones to him, that no matter the circumstances, he'll find a way to win. And I think his grappling's underrated. Have a good night, Jay Slice. Good talking to you. I think Gaethje does retire if he loses. Especially to Dan Hooker. I know Dan Hooker's kind of come into his own lately and has definitely gotten better with time. I do think he loses to Dan Hooker. This Dan Hooker. 155 Dan Hooker. This one that's kind of, again, coming to his own. He's been looking good lately, Dan Hooker. Where Gaethje's going to have a lot of pressure that he can't lose. Otherwise, retirement's right there for him. And he's old. That's something about Gaethje. Gaethje, I think, is 35, 36. He's up there in age now. His grappling might be underrated, but no way he's a black belt. He's training with high-level guys, so thank you for the follow. Moicano was doing fucking terrible. What are you talking about? I thought he was doing terrible. Hooker's a fucking killer. No, Ilya's not fighting Islam next. Ilya is, I think he officially is fighting, what's his name? Volkanovski in March, if I'm not mistaken. What is Guru's Rogan? He does a Rogan impersonation? So even one random day, my little cousin sent me MMA Guru, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And then the more I watched him, I was like, okay, I like this guy. I like honest journalism. People that don't change their voice, don't speak their mind. I feel like a lot of the combat sports community are especially the people who cover it, the journalists are fucking jerk offs. Tony would have knocked out Islam if they fought tonight. Tony Ferguson? The fuck you talking about? People forget, man. Moicano losing hurts the most. Why? I think that was the most overachiever moment for Moicano. He was never sniffing a title shot other than the circumstances that got him a title shot tonight. I think a lot of people at 135 beat Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt, other than the Dominic Cruz fight, has shown very low fight IQ. Islam, the pound for pound, will do press now. I don't think Tony's a joke. He turned into a joke. But there was a time when Tony was the fucking man. What is a Zoomer? Non-PG guy. Yes. Long live independent journalism. There was a Tony time, absolutely. And yes, I've seen Guru has a very loyal fan base. And you know what it is? Guru is consistent. He hustles, he puts his work in. You can't knock that. He's definitely better than the other people in that space. Like, fucking, someone shouted him out before, Jesse on Fire, and fucking, give me some other examples. There's a lot of clowns that do that shit. Guru's definitely at the top of the heap as far as that shit goes. And you know what the thing is, too? I don't feel like he creates fake storylines. He reports on actual things that are going on. Whereas, I'll use him, Jesse on Fire, makes up fake shit. Luke Thomas is a fucking goofball. I do not know who MMA Joey is. But I agree. I think MMA Joey should fight MMA Guru because you can't have MMA name and MMA name. You got to fight for supremacy. The loser has to drop the MMA. But yeah, I don't mind MMA Guru. Zoomer means Gen Z. I never heard that before, but thank you for the enlightenment. So what is this? Guru finds people that are streaming and sends people to their page. Umar lost like garbage. Floyd was an upstanding citizen. Thank you for the sub. Umar was not robbed. Is Luke Thomas ignorant of the sport? I just think he's a fucking goof. I've been in the same room with him at the same time, and he's very pretentious. He thinks like he's a fucking guy, like in the know. And the guy he does the show with, I think, too, is a fucking goofball. I don't know that guy's name. Umar robbed like Epstein was innocent? No. Yes, called the raid. Lucas Tracy is more of an analyst. MMA Guru is a journalist. Well, the algorithms always try to shove me fucking Luke Thomas garbage. I don't think Umar was robbed. Oh, I appreciate it, MMA Guru. You know, we used to be more consistent, and then we fell off, and now it's just me. Usually fight nights, I'll go live, do some play-by-play. I think Luke Thomas has shit on his hard drive. That's the type of guy Luke Thomas strikes me as. Umar was done after the first round. Oh, McGregor is not sober. Is McGregor done? I think McGregor, that shit was a complete hit piece. I think he spoke up about whatever parliament or whatever the fuck they called in Ireland was doing. And he was like donating to conservative causes in Ireland, speaking out against all the shit they were doing, and then boom, rape case. And now they're trying to suppress. I saw a thing where Conor was gonna release the video, the CCTV footage that he had, proving that the girl was a skank, and that the girl was like banging him and trying to bang his friend, and now he's getting threatened with more legal action if he releases the footage. I've never done coke in my life, but if it was with McGregor, I probably would. Definitely would be a good time. I would do coke with John Jones too. Yes, Trump's case too was a case of that. Not only did she kiss Conor after the hotel room, but she fucking stayed and partied with his friend after supposedly being raped. I don't know. I think I saw a lot of people actually saying they thought Umar won, but maybe a little biased, maybe a little. You could easily have looked away for 2 minutes and then looked back and been like, he won that round. The rounds were close enough that I could see a case being made if you didn't watch the whole fucking thing. Yeah, I think Conor was set up. Definitely was set up. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't even let the surveillance footage get seen by the jury or some shit. And again, just fucking same thing happens in America. If you speak out against the wrong cause or the right cause and the courts are leaning another way, they'll fucking take you down. Politicians have a lot of power, whether it be in America or Ireland or wherever. Yes, he spoke out against endless immigration and a bunch of shit. And then I think he donates to conservative politicians in Ireland. So they tried to take him down. That's what happens when you start speaking out. Rape case. Who was getting clowned? Oh, Umar? Yeah. I had a 2-2 going into the fifth as well. I wouldn't, and I wasn't surprised when one of the judges had it 4-1. So. But even there, 155 is like, what you'll call it? 155 is like 135. There's not a lot left. Like, who does Merab fight next? He either rematches Umar, rematches O'Malley. There's nobody left for him, or nobody deserving for him to fight. I don't know why McGregor doesn't take the Chael route. What do you mean the Chael route? Start doing... Do you ever see the one stream he did? I thought it was fucking great. He should definitely just start streaming and talking about fighting. He's definitely analytical and comedic enough. I didn't see what Marab was doing with his jaw. Marab's a fucking madman, though. I follow Guru, Jacob, and Angelo. We want picks, MMA holes, MMA experts, and started following you. Thank you. I have this channel, and I'm trying to start a new channel, actually, like a solo channel. I've only put up a few videos so far. Yeah, but his career should be that now. Who, Conor? I think Conor could still fight. He's not going to win, but I think if they do bring Conor back, they should give him the number. They should give him fucking Joe Luozon or a lower ranked guy, not bring him back to fight Poirier or fight Michael Chandler. No, I don't think Jamal Hill fought good. He kept getting hit by that step in left hand. And his chin was very high in the air. He was very hittable tonight, I felt like. I think that was part of it too, was Conor was threatening or said something along the lines like he was going to get into politics. So they had to smear his name before he could even try. I don't know. I've heard a lot of Irish people actually don't like Conor. They think he's a bad representative for them. If Conor did daily videos like Chael, he would lose his aura. I don't think so. Do I think who beats 3 out of the top 15? Conor? Bro, I had money on Hill. Hill was in all my parlays and he fucked me. And then the last fight in my parlays was Marab, and Marab won. So I would have hit big on some of those fights. I did win on Marab at least. I knew DeRinner was going to beat Kevin Holland because Kevin Holland's too small for 185, and DeRinner's good. Like Kevin Holland, he was never going to be a Bellator champion. He couldn't be a champion in ONE FC. Never going to be a UFC champion. DeRinner was a 2-weight world champ in ONE FC. I also think Ireland and the Big Nose Club have a bad history. What's the Big Nose Club? Jamal should have mixed in the grappling, thrown more kicks. I think he should have just fucking stayed out of the way of that left hand. He couldn't pick up what Jerry was doing. Every time he'd throw, Jerry would just switch stances and step in with that left hand. He hit him with it like 6 times, and like 3 of the times he rocked him. 1 of the times he dropped him. That's the mainstream hit pieces against Conor. The public does not agree with the media. I'm sure. I think every country, Ireland, England, United States, they're all fucking sick of the media at this point. And they're all starting to catch on how it's bullshit. As an Irish citizen, while I do not like Conor, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think a lot of Irish people like Conor. I have the utmost respect for him and think other Irish people are delusional and read what the news says. DeRinner definitely has potential. But yeah, I think the hate on Conor is fucked up. I think they're trying to take him down. You know, he's a family man who likes to do cocaine on the weekends and bang some chicks sometimes. I got no problems with Conor. But when you speak your mind and you start speaking out on shit, that's when they take you down. Jamal was fighting low testo and not dictating the pace. Yeah. Just wasn't the best Jamal Hill. I don't think he looked good tonight. I saw someone earlier say that he looked good. I don't think he looked good. Like, I don't get how Jerry even wins fights with his hands down. He's just tough and durable. But he's there to be hit. He's there to get fucked up. Jamal Hill had his moments tonight, had his chance, and he just blew it by not getting out of the way of that straight left hand. My parlays were very depressed watching it. I don't give a fuck who Holland fights next. Holland's a douchebag. So I've met a lot of fighters in combat sports. One of my worst interactions was with Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland's like so pretty much the way he acted on Rampage's podcast is like the Kevin Holland I got. He's like a pretentious douchebag who thinks he's like above fucking people. Where I was like, oh, I smoke weed, he smokes weed, we'll be cool. He was a fucking dickhead. His boy was cool, but Kevin Holland was kind of a dickhead. Conor earned it. He came from nowhere and earned his money. Although I don't agree with his lifestyle, but he earned it. Yes, I agree. I think, I don't give a fuck about his lifestyle, to each their own, but he definitely earned it. I mean, UFC definitely had a hand in it and pushed him and gave him the right opponents, the right matchmaking, the right marketing. They kept him away from wrestlers until he got to Chad Mendes. More preparation for Islam. He had a full camp. He was ready for, what's his name? Beneil Dariush. But yeah, Holland was a douche. So I was rooting for the Renner. I'm never rooting for Kevin Holland. He's kind of an asshole. Conor is the only UFC celebrity, and then he made Khabib a celebrity. Like, nobody knows who Dustin Poirier is, like, outside of combat sports. Like, if you went up to a random person and you were like, Khabib, they probably know Khabib. They probably know Conor. They don't know who Dustin Poirier is. I think he showed up to win. Kevin Holland definitely showed up to win. He thought he was going to knock out, what's his name? RDR, the Renner. Humiliated. I think he lost all his aura when he talked all that shit to Khamzat, and then it was like, oh, he can grapple. You know what it is, too? Like, Joe Rogan always talks up Travis Lutter like he's some jiu-jitsu god. And there was at one point when they called Travis Lutter the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. He was never the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. He's a white guy who does fucking jiu-jitsu in Texas. There's no fucking realm. He's never won a world-renowned jiu-jitsu tournament. He's never done anything in jiu-jitsu, Travis Lutter. So there's no rhyme or reason why he was ever called the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. And then he got triangled by Anderson, who's a striker, and got fucking fucked up. Without Conor, Khabib is nothing. I don't know about that. Khabib's pretty big. Like, someone asked me earlier of all the fighters I met who had the most aura. Khabib definitely had aura being around him the few times I was around him. Almost like everyone goes and kisses the ring. Everyone's respectful to him. Uncle Chael definitely had some aura. Tyrone Spong has aura. Like, Tyrone Spong takes over a room when he's in it, especially if you know who he is. You kind of get like, all right, I'm not going to say anything stupid. I'm not going to step out of line because Tyrone's here. Bro, everyone was having lags tonight. I went on Twitter. I saw Chris Weidman complaining about how ESPN Plus was fucking up for him. I've been around Pajeda. Pajeda has aura. But part of Pajeda's aura is that he doesn't speak English. And he just has that stone face and look on his face. How does who match up? Khabib? I would actually say Khabib had more aura than Pajeda. Yeah. I mean, leg kicks are fucked up, though. They're tough to deal with, and they're highly effective. I used to go to a lot of events. Then I fell off. But I used to go to everything. A lot of UFC events, a lot of boxing events, a lot of smaller MMA shows. There's nothing like live fights. That's one thing I'd recommend to any MMA fan if you can. If you have the funds, you have the ability, go to live fights. Go to boxing events, go to MMA fights. Go to as many events as you can. Start a media company, try to get media passes. cheap tickets are shitty seats, but I grew up in the sport, so I always had good hookups. But yeah, events are a lot of fun. But that's Joe Rogan's job, to talk about what he knows: jiu-jitsu, kicks. I think Rogan does a good job. I think they have a nice mix right now. I don't mind John Anik. I like DC. I like all the fighters they rotate in: Bisping, Dominic Cruz. I'm not a big fan of that other guy. I forget his fucking name. I was trying to remember his name before. Oh, Brandon Fitzgerald. Not a big Brandon Fitzgerald fan, but to each their own. He's kind of a goof. But yeah, definitely recommend going to live fights. It's worth it. He talks about the leg and its origin like 6 million times in every pay-per-view. You got to realize he's probably high. I know I saw one thing where he said he doesn't do events high. He probably just doesn't smoke right before the event. But he's definitely has lingering effects, I'm sure. He does a good job adding his commentary to it. But he's definitely at the point where he's like Mike Goldberg, where he has his catchphrases. You can almost set drinking games to things Joe Rogan's going to say. Shit he's going to call out. But you can't say you don't like Joe Rogan. Is that what you're saying? I feel like that's almost not un-American, but un-MMAan, whatever the fuck it would be. I don't know what Guru said. What do people forget? What do you mean will Peter Yan be back? He's been winning. He's actually, he already lost to Marab, but when I was looking at it, he's the closest to a title shot. Everyone else has losses recently. Or there's Mario Batista, who they're not going to give a title shot off of pushing Jose Aldo against the cage. But Peter Yan might get a title shot. He's not far from it. Definitely one win. Maybe two, but he's definitely in the mix. Man, again with the stupid vegetable oil. Neither. I don't want to see dudes with oil. Not into that. Ask me that question, but use different people. Use women. Then I can give you an answer. No, it's a dog. Not a cat. That would be funny, though, if I was like Dr. Evil with a cat. Oh, yeah. He says that all the time. People forget, man. It's a thing I say a lot, too, and I'm sure they say it a lot on DC says it, and Joe Rogan says it. He's one of those guys, man. He is one of those guys. Oh, okay. Yeah. People forget, man. Yes. This is my dog. Her name is Joanna Jones Jacek. I named her after Joanna Joan Jacek. And the Jones is because she's black. After John Jones. Not racist or anything. But she is black. But yeah, she's named after JJ. Jojo from the Hood. What is back to champ? Yeah, she's legit. She's a Patterdale Terrier. They hunt and kill vermin. Bea Malecki. Is Bea Malecki the tall one who was on Tough? I think Eileen Perez is such a butterface. I'm good on that. Who's your favorite OG fighter? I do not know the oil me up meme. I know that they asked Dana White if he wants to be oiled sometimes. Fucking weirdos asking another man if they want to be oiled up when people ask Dana that. But, like we were talking about before, to each their own. You want to go be a trans cat? Go be a trans cat. You want to oil up a dude? Yeah, Joanna's one of my favorite people I've had an interaction with. And I don't know if you've ever seen the video where I interviewed her. We definitely had some chemistry, but she had a boyfriend. But yeah, I had a good time with Joanna. I think she might even be engaged now to like a Polish volleyball player. I do think Ilya can defeat Islam. I think people sleep on how good Ilya is. His striking's fucking really good, and his jiu-jitsu's really good. Started watching or wanting? Waffing her? Yeah, roughly translated to when he was stroking John Bones Jones' whole career. What the fuck is waffing her? Okay, yeah. I've seen bits and pieces of that. Good for Dana, if that's what he's into. That is one thing I did see of the MMA Guru was where he outed or found that video, that random video of John Jones in a comedy club. I don't know about that, though. If I'm speaking candidly, I guess on the record, off the record, whatever you want to. I saw John at a PFL event when I met him. He was with a bad bitch, really hot chick. That was not his lady. I'm drawing a blank on who Ramona Pascal is, but I would definitely vegetable oil up Mackenzie Dern. I like Mackenzie Dern. I would do jiu-jitsu with Mackenzie. I would do vegetable oil jiu-jitsu with Mackenzie Dern. Yes. Dana Glazing Jones and Anik Glazing Dagestani do get on my nerves. Yes, definitely some north-south with Mackenzie Dern. I would just have her drill triangles. No arming, though. But yeah, I like Mackenzie Dern. I'm a fan. And if I'm not mistaken, Maroni Pascal is pretty hot, too. Oh, that's fucked up. Going out like Kobe's fucked up. Yes, shout out Mackenzie Dern. I don't give a fuck if she has an Arizona accent, Brazilian accent. She could do whatever accent she wants. We're cool over here. I'm not opposed to Mackenzie Dern having a fake accent. I like Mackenzie Dern. But the worst part about Mackenzie Dern is that she's a single mom, which is fucking terrible. Once you hear kids, you're like, ugh. But I know there's one school of thought where you're like, oh, a single mom is easy. It's like you gotta find a babysitter, you gotta play with the hours. You know, maybe you could eat the kids' fruit snacks and shit when you're over there, but you gotta. Jones is not ducking Aspinall. I think Jones thought when he said he wanted to fight Alex Pereira, he thought that the crowd would be like, yes, let's do that fight. And he thought the UFC would be like, yes, let's do that fight. But everyone booed because I don't think Jones thought Aspinall was as enjoyed or liked by the fans that he is. I don't think he's ducking Aspinall, though. He just wants money. That's why he wanted to fight Pereira and called out Pereira. He just wants the biggest money fights. And then if you go through history, this is a recurring thing with John Jones in the UFC. Like when John Jones took 3 years off, it wasn't because he was afraid of Ngannou. It was because he was negotiating with the UFC, and the UFC didn't want to give him more money. Then Francis Ngannou negotiations didn't go well. Dana White slapped his wife, and then to get that out of the news cycle, they made sure they closed the deal. They gave in to John Jones, and they booked John Jones versus Cyril Gane. Remember when that whole thing happened? The week after, 10 days after, they announced Jones versus Cyril Gane for the title and that Ngannou was out. It all lined up. But what was happening with John Jones is they were not giving in to John Jones, because what happens when you give in to one fighter, the next fighter is going to say, oh, well, I want that deal. Or you gave him this, I want this. Or they didn't want to start that whole shit. When she runs and fights, it's still so girly. Who? Little rough in the face, sure, but she's cute. I mean, we're the scale's different. An MMA chick versus an actual a normal chick, they're totally different scales. Well, I apologize. That's a terrible. Your life sucked if that was the worst day when Chad Mendes lost to Connor. I don't think Jones is scared of Aspinall or Ngannou. Jones has been fucking up heavyweights since 2004, 2005, whatever year that was that he first came into the UFC. But yeah, just wants money. He's a whore for that paper. I think that's what it's a case of. I don't think it's a case of being afraid. Jones, PEDs, coke, alcohol, women beater, unfaithful, eye poker. I mean, when a man starts going at another man like, you're unfaithful, it's like, all right, Captain Save a Ho. I mean, the PEDs and the coke, if you're against drugs, sure. I am against women beating, but I don't give a fuck if you're faithful or unfaithful to your girl. And the eye poking, you're allowed a few fouls in a fight. Everyone should choose them. So Reyes versus Jones maybe was a robbery. It comes down to that third round. He's not a good guy. He's a fucking animal. Remember how he's similar to Mike Tyson, just a little bit more sane. They come from the gutter. It's not like he came from the greatest area of upstate New York. Came from a shithole. Probably has a weaker moral compass than other people, but you can't judge. If you're religious, let him do him, and he'll be fucking judged on Judgment Day. I think TJ's a GOAT. TJ's up there at 135. He said Aspinall was an asshole. There was a beautiful freckled half Asian. Yeah, if you guys ever train, you'll see there's a lot of girls in the gym. You'll rarely get like a classically beautiful girl who trains combat sports. You'll get any girl, and she's automatically bumped up a notch or two just because she's a girl in a room full of guys. And there's always that elephant in the room, if you will. Or just that thought of, hey, I could fuck this girl. Like, I grew up in combat sports gyms. Girls used to get passed around the gym like a fucking beach ball. So a lot of the times when I see combat sports girls, like I'll use, I don't even know who I could use, but just any attractive combat sports girl. She probably fucked the coach. She probably fucked a couple of trainers, or the trainers paid attention to her because they wanted to fuck her or were trying to fuck her, and that's how she got her attention. That's how she got good. That's how she made it to the UFC. Or that's how she started fighting. Felice Herring has a nice body. I've heard that too. Was I calm? I read. Ignore my last one. Yeah, I don't know what that last one means. Jones closeted. I don't know. I'd imagine Felice was passed around. Me, personally, I think all of them are passed around. I think Pat Barry gatekeeped. You know, a cute girl came into the gym because Rose with hair is fucking hot, or at least MMA hot. So I think when he saw her, he was like, "You're coming with me." And at that point, I'm pretty sure he was in the UFC or a world champion or a higher level kickboxer that he probably had clout. Probably started showing her some stuff. But yeah, that's very common where the girls who get good or rise to beyond just it being a hobby usually are sleeping with someone. Whether it be a coach, a training partner, someone at the gym. Yeah. That's how you get ahead in life. So if you do it in like your work, it's frowned upon. Like, oh, you slept your way to the top. If you do it in an MMA gym, who fucking cares? Are you going to get slut shamed and ruined, have your career ruined because you slept your way to the top in an MMA gym? No. It's a rite of passage for women. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of passing around in gyms. I've seen it many a times. Girls especially get passed around gyms. They can. TJ Dillashaw is definitely up there, and how can you make the argument? Because they're all on something. I have this conversation all the time where if they're not popping right then on that drug test for something, they're on something that's not banned yet. Or they're taking, so if this is what's illegal, this is what's banned, they're taking the alternative. The thing that does the same exact thing, but's not banned yet. You know, slippery slope. But I appreciate you guys. Shout out to the MMA Guru for throwing viewers my way. Always appreciate that. But it's about that time. It was about that time right before MMA Guru did that. So I was ready for bed. Not like I'm outraged, but I mean like her because... there's a good example. Paige Van Zandt. Sweet lady. I like Austin Vanderfort. He's super cool. But I feel like Paige was kind of passed around Team Alpha Male. Like there was one point, I'll leave on this note, where I remember on the Underground, the MMA.TV, so Cody Garbrandt was sleeping with Jessica I in Cleveland. He left Cleveland and went out to Alpha Male. And when he went out to Alpha Male, Paige Van Zandt was fucking Andre Feely. And then as soon as Cody Garbrandt got to alpha male, he started fucking Paige Van Zandt. Like, Paige Van Zandt stopped fucking Feely and started fucking Cody Garbrandt. And so Jessica I did a bunch of interviews where she was talking about how she used to fuck Cody, and then Cody left her for Paige Van Zandt. And what's his name? Andre Feely got like drunk and went on the underground and started posting about how Paige Van Zandt's fucking Cody Garbrandt. How he used to fuck her, but now she's fucking Cody Garbrandt. So yeah, happens at all levels. There's always a creepy coach or a creepy experienced training partner lurking around the wings looking for a cute girl who just joined the gym or has been at the gym for a little while and broke up with their boyfriend or something. Very common practice. But I appreciate you guys for popping in. Throw me a like, throw me a follow. I go live sometimes. Hopefully I'll start getting more consistent with it. I got to get on that MMA Guru timing. Like, that's the greatest thing I see about MMA Guru. Super consistent. And he's on his shit, so I got to respect the hustle. Have a good night, guys. Well, see you later.